the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, from himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in your army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, how long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, to from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in your army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized.
One knows they lied on you, but God is about to vindicate you. They whispered behind your back and smiled in your face. They twisted the truth until it barely looked like your story. And when you tried to walk in peace, they dragged your name through mud, hoping it would never shine again. But what they didn't understand is this. You don't need to defend yourself when God is your defender. You don't need a crowd when the Creator is your witness. They lied, boldly, repeatedly. But the lie is collapsing under the weight of the truth, and the truth is about to break out. You've been quiet, you've endured, and now the silence is turning into a sound from heaven. God is stepping in not just to comfort you, but to vindicate you. This isn't just payback, this is divine justice. Lies travel fast, but truth is eternal. They tried to ruin you with a sentence, a story, a whisper that became a wildfire, because the truth is, lies travel fast. Lies are built for speed, not depth. They get shared, repeated, dressed up in emotion, and passed around like poison. Some of those who heard it didn't even know you, but they believed it anyway. Others knew better, but pretending not to know was easier than standing up for what was right. And so the lie spread. Rooms shifted, people distanced themselves, conversations changed, and you stood there, wondering how something so false could feel so real. But hear this now. Truth is never in a rush. It doesn't need to race because it doesn't need to compete. The truth walks with God, and though it may arrive late to the party, it comes in dressed in fire, ready to expose what the lie tried to cover. You see, people often prefer a lie that entertains over a truth that confronts. That's why falsehoods catch wind like wildfire. They feed egos, fuel drama, and satisfy broken hearts that envy your spirit. But no matter how fast that lie ran, it could never outrun the truth that God placed inside of you. You didn't fold. You didn't lose yourself trying to fight it. You didn't get bitter, though you had every right to be. You just kept showing up, kept loving, kept growing, kept praying. And that's why you're still standing. Because truth isn't about clapping back, it's about enduring. It's about letting the story unravel on its own. It's about knowing that every person who believed the worst without asking for the facts will one day see God's hand prove them wrong. And make no mistake, God is not mocked. Every weapon formed against you, every tongue that rose to condemn you, will be silenced by the very truth they tried to deny. You were never alone. You were never forgotten. And now the tables are turning. Lies have a shelf life. The enemy may have cooked up a narrative, but he forgot that God holds the final edit. You are not defined by their opinion. You're defined by your obedience. That's why the truth didn't need to come out immediately, because it wasn't about timing. It was about alignment. God was aligning the moment, the people, the stage, and the exposure. The lie was loud, but God's vindication will be louder. The very ones who once doubted you are going to have to sit front row when God lifts you in a way no man can deny. Understand this. Character doesn't get exposed in the easy times. It gets revealed when the lights are off and the room is full of rumors. You could have retaliated. You could have gone down to their level. You could have turned petty into warfare. But you didn't. And that restraint was your victory. You showed heaven you were mature enough to handle the truth even when the lie was louder. That's the mark of someone chosen, not someone popular, but someone protected. And when God starts vindicating, it won't be private, because the lie wasn't private. They didn't hesitate to stain your name in public, so God won't hesitate to lift your name in public either. He's a God of justice, a God of balance, a God who steps in when the weight of dishonor has been dragging you down long enough. And when he shows up, there will be no debates, no confusion, no gray area. The truth will hit like lightning, sudden, undeniable, and divine. You are not your reputation. You are not their version of your story. You are God's creation, and he knows the truth from beginning to end. He saw the tears they never saw. He heard the prayers they never heard. He knows the battles you fought in silence. And because of that, your vindication is not coming from man, it's coming from the throne room. And when heaven decrees a thing, hell can't stop it. So don't you worry about chasing the truth down. You don't need to. The truth is already walking, slowly, boldly, and it's about to knock on every door where the lie once lived. People are going to start realizing, they're going to start remembering, the puzzle pieces are going to fit. And when they do, the shame they tried to place on you will fall on them. That's not revenge. That's God making things right. You were built for more than clearing your name. You were built for destiny. And sometimes destiny requires storms. Sometimes elevation comes wrapped in pain. Sometimes God allows the lie so that when the truth comes, nobody else can take credit for your rise. Nobody will say you manipulated your way back. Nobody will say you forced your comeback. They'll have no choice but to say, this had to be God. Let them talk, let them watch, let them wonder, because God's about to speak, and when he does, it will settle every debate. The same people who walked away when the lie sounded believable will be the same ones watching when your truth is undeniable. They'll see the favor, they'll see the peace, they'll see the fruit, and they'll know the story was false, but your purpose was real. So lift your head, straighten your back, keep your spirit clean. Because you're not fighting to prove anything anymore. You're preparing to walk into a season where God proves it for you. The lie may have traveled fast, but the truth is eternal. And eternal always outlasts temporary. You're stepping into the kind of justice that only heaven can orchestrate. And it's not just coming, it's already in motion. This is your season of vindication. Stay grounded, stay focused. The truth is coming to light. And when it does, even your enemies will have to testify. We lied, but God still lifted them. Silence is not surrender. It's strategy. There's a moment when you feel the heat of betrayal and your mouth burns with the desire to defend yourself, to speak, to clap back, to correct every lie and call out every fake face hiding behind polite smiles. But you didn't. You chose silence, not because you were weak, not because you were scared, but because you knew something they didn't. You understood something deeper. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was strategy. In a world addicted to noise, to fighting fire with fire, choosing silence is a bold act of spiritual war. Because when God is your defender, your best weapon is often your stillness. They thought you were soft because you didn't argue. They thought they won because you didn't retaliate. They laughed, thinking your silence was submission. But what they failed to realize is that God hides his warriors in quietness. He covers his chosen ones in peace, not so they won't fight, but so the fight won't ruin their calling. You see, silence doesn't mean you're powerless. It means you're disciplined, and discipline is the language of the anointed. It takes strength not to respond when you've been publicly shamed. It takes spiritual maturity to let people misjudge you, misquote you, and mishandle you without correcting the record. But here's what you knew. Every word spoken against you was being recorded in heaven. Every lie, every false witness, every crooked tongue. God heard it all, and you knew deep in your spirit, if I speak now, I might miss what God is preparing to say on my behalf. Silence gave you room to grow. While they were busy spreading gossip, you were healing. While they were building alliances based on lies, God was building your strength in the secret place. While they plotted, you prayed. While they whispered, you worshiped. And while they expected your breakdown, God was preparing your breakthrough. See, when you step back, when you resist the urge to prove them wrong, you give God room to make them remember who you are. You give him space to show them who they played with. Let me remind you, God does his best work in silence. When Jesus was accused, he said nothing, not because he lacked a defense, but because his purpose was louder than their voices. And you've walked that same path. You didn't waste energy on those who were never meant to go where you're going. You didn't explain your heart to those who already made up their minds. You understood. Some people only show up to twist your truth into entertainment. You understood. Some people only show up to twist your truth into entertainment. That's why you stopped talking. Because what's holy isn't meant to be explained to. What's hostile. And here's the power of silence. It confuses the enemy. They expected chaos. They expected you to lose control, to act out, to give them something they could use against you. But you robbed them of that. You starved the lie of oxygen. And now, without your reaction, the false story is collapsing. Because every lie needs fuel. Every slanderous tale needs your frustration to stay alive. But you didn't give them that satisfaction. And now, they're left talking to themselves. That's strategy. That's divine restraint. That's spiritual warfare at its finest. You turned the other cheek, not because you were blind to the attack, but because you saw the bigger picture.
Greetings, 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 and salutations, one and all. How you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah. Is it that we are welcoming you back or you are welcoming us back? I don't even know. But glad to be back either way. It's a reason with Rattigan, yours truly, the Professor DJ Kevin Stew, and the Provost himself, Will, the Rebel, Rattigan. We're here, live and in living color, and grateful that y'all who have power, energy, light, those of you that have it could join us. And those that don't, we can pass on the information. Want to invite you to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know. Reason with Rattigan is back and we're on live right now. Provost. We're doing black tea instead of black tie. It's just black tea.
Folks, it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. It's been a while. It seems like we've been gone for years, or not years, but months. And we've only been gone for about 2 weeks. But it was very gratifying to get the phone calls and the text messages, all of the well-wishers, supporters, people who called just to check up on us to see if everything's okay, because we didn't tell people why we were taking off. We just took off. But as you heard in that piece, truth is never in a rush. And that's what we were doing. We were compiling the truth. And we're going to talk about that later on, because we're going to need your help to spread the truth. So having said that, let me just welcome one and all to Reason with Rattigan, the place where you come to be educated and elevated, and to a lesser extent, entertained. We're not going to say we don't entertain around here, but it's not our focus. So a beautiful Saturday outside, Kevin. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods, but where I am.
Listen, it's so nice. It's so nice.
All right.
South Florida, nice.
Let me feel bad. That's okay. Well, folks, so many things have happened since we last had a chance to chat. And, while we're busy compiling the truth, we're keeping an eye on what's going on in Jamaica and what's going on in the diaspora as well. And when we decided to do today's program, we had no idea about the fire at JDF, the national blackout, limits, a whole bunch of things. Actually, we were planning to speak about some goings on in Parliament and to look at OTPEM and the less than 3% of the donations spent so far. But that story was overtaken, and I know some of you have been dying to get, for me to get to that segment, but that was overtaken by the FLA story. And we're going to spend some time on that today. We're also going to spend some time on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Biennial Conference that will be held in Jamaica starting a week from tomorrow. We have a lot to say about that. And then we're going to talk about, speaking about truth, we're going to talk about some lawsuits and how you can help, as I said earlier, to propagate, to spread the truth. We have no guests today in studio, but of course, I'm sure producer Joe will make it clear that all of you are guests today, as usual. Actually, more than just guests, special guests, all of you. So we don't even have to put a disclaimer because, Kevin and I, whenever we speak from the source of truth. That's where we speak from. And, we put up our documents. And so we're not afraid of people threatening lawsuits or anything like that. That's fine. We don't have any problems with that. Quickly, let me just switch gears on you and just say that tonight, Relax with the Rebel. We need grandparents, we need great-grandparents, we need parents, we need children to tune in tonight because we're going to play R&B and pop 50s, 60s, 70s. Not sure if we're going to touch the 80s, Kevin, but it's sing-along music. It's music that's going to take, especially the grandparents and to some degree the parents, it's going to take you back to a more carefree time in your lives. Take you back to some really unforgettable moments. And the playlist has the approval of producer Joan, producer OT. Although I'm not sure she's going to love some of the songs.
As long as you don't call name, you're good.
I should always speak through music. And of course, DJ Kevin Stu, the professor. So, and if all three of them like it, I'm sure that you're going to love it. Trust me. So tune into that. And it's from 10 to midnight. We're going to see if we can go an extra hour. We're going to talk to Dr. Love and see if he will forego the first hour of his program so that we can actually make merry with everyone. And in fact, we have the playlist is about 5 hours long. So we'll see. Come Reason with Rattigan Wednesday program. We have been off now for about 2 weeks as well, 2 or 3 weeks. Time flies, I'm telling you. We will return next week, Wednesday. So stay tuned for that. And let me see if there's anything else here, because I'm telling you, we've been so busy preparing the truth that some things we just didn't focus on. Some of the things that you want to hear. But we're going to play a bunch of videos and we're going to be talking about how Jamaica, if Jamaica can, well, not if, how Jamaica can be rescued. And let me just start, Kevin, by saying this. Over the past 2 weeks, I've been thinking, we've been talking about Jamaica and the ills and the challenges faced by the people and the corruption by the government. And tell me what you think about this idea. I'm thinking that the biggest problem, and we're going to play a video that highlights that, the biggest problem is not necessarily the politicians. The biggest problem, I was just thinking this to myself, and I'm saying, we complain about the politicians, but we complain a lot, and things haven't changed. And I started thinking to myself, there's one component we're missing, and that is the minds of the people. The minds of the people. I'm saying we are our biggest enemies. We are our biggest failures. We are our biggest challenge. Why? Because we had and we still have choices. We still have options, but we fail to exercise them because of this. We're not thinking creatures anymore. We're like trained seals. Them throw the ball and we just balance it power nose bridge. What do you think about that, Kevin?
I am very much in alignment with your thoughts. Our thoughts are aligned. I've always said the people are the ones that really hold the handle. You use the analogy of trained seals. I use the analogy of the elephant that has grown up in captivity. As a baby, you could use a tiny rope to restrain this elephant. As an adult, you're using the same tiny rope to restrain the elephant. How? Conditioning. And our people have been so conditioned that we think of a political party before we think of ourselves. And all this time, while this political party or parties are saying, boy, you know, we need the people. So how we going to get them? And the people are saying, boy, you know, so we need the party. Not realizing that all they need are really and truly themselves. And so even with that mindset, we've moved away from the simple act of community living, where everybody in the community knows whose child that is. So that child doing that thing that they shouldn't be doing, we're not talking about stoning the mango tree or picking some guinea. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the other things that they shouldn't be doing that they could actually get imprisoned for. Well, whereas people get imprisoned for picking ackee, right? But we've moved away from that. And so we've gone to everybody hold up a device so they can make sure that them capture this thing that is happening so them can get likes and views, versus stepping up and holding accountable right then and there those that would pull a firearm and shoot someone in cold blood. How do we get away with these things? And so, because the people are not getting up and are not saying, hey, this we are not standing for. This we are not going to continue to allow. You want to make it so that you and your friends can get away with this and we get nothing? No longer, no more. And guess what? The moment the people, not the JLP people, not the PNP people, not the NEP people, the moment the people get together and say, hey, hold on, I understand you have a preference, but this goes beyond your preference at this point. Because your child and my child, your grandchild and my grandchild, they're going to have to live here when we're gone. How will they do it? And so we, like you said, the people have the power. We do. The question is, how do we use it? How do we break this mental chain that has us bound to supporting something that is not supporting us? How? And without spending too much time on a soapbox, Provost, that's how I feel about it. That's one of my feelings. The people fail to see or fail to believe the link between crime and political process is a comment that just was placed in the chat. Thank you, Doreen. And that is because I really believe they see political parties as a separate entity. And they've placed some politicians on such pedestals that they worship anything that they do. Now, if you're a worshiping person, I believe the only person or the only object of worship should be that of whomever you subscribe to as your deity. Allah, Buddha, God, Mary, whomever. Not the individual that is taking advantage of your moment of, what's the best way to put it, Provost? Moment of weakness, moment of gullibility, moment of trust. I know you didn't plan to set me off like this.
That's good. That's good. That's good. We are moving to it. Let me just say a couple of things. Saw something in the chat here that's just funny. Oh, Georgia Lynn says, that's for you, Sir Rattigan. Leadership needed. Me at 70 years old, you might be older, but have energy. Georgia, you know something, I'm 71. And then there's another one here. Laura Williams, big up yourself. Still in pain, but this program means a lot to me. Thank you. And just for saying that, Laura, just want you to know it means a lot to us that you, in your painful state, have found the time to join us. It means a lot to us. We don't take it for granted. So big up yourself, Laura. All right. For all of those of you waiting for the FLA story, we're going to bring it on later. And we have some interesting things to talk about because we're going to, many of you, let me just come right out and say it. Many of you have heard me refer to the IC as the commission without the I in front of it, integrity. And it's not that I'm saying these people have no integrity. I'm saying their investigation lacks integrity. It's shameful the way they conduct investigations over there. I've been saying it for quite some time, and I've been providing you with the evidence. Today, I'm going to provide you with further evidence. And this has to do with the FLA investigation. And you are going, if you didn't wake up before, when I did all of the investigations where I showed ill-preparedness, where I showed incompetence, and I don't use the word lightly, but it was there and I just have to call it. And it wasn't meant to crucify them. It was meant to make them realize that they're not acting in accordance with just basic investigative tenets, basic investigative rules, basic. We're going to talk about that, and I know quite a few of you overseas and in Jamaica, you're waiting to hear what I have to say about it. I have read the report because you know me. I don't go by headlines in the newspaper. Or if I do, it's only after I've read the original source. I read the report. And then I look at what's been said by a lot of people. And it clearly illustrates to me that some of the people talking about this particular report, they have not read the report, or if they have read the report, they don't understand the report. They don't. We're going to talk about that. So sit tight. My brethren in Jamaica, you know who you are. Big up yourself. And by the way, the opening, I want to thank one of our biggest supporters. You know who you are. We're not calling the name around us, so we protect people and sources, right? and information too. But sometimes we let go the information, but we'll hold back the sources. So you know who you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, we started out by talking. What do people do? What do people do? What do people do to create the change that they seek? And our dear friend Jeffrey Tavares talks about this a lot. Talks about this all the time, about people becoming the change that they seek through their actions. He said it many times. I'm going to use that to segue, to move over to this. You know, we show you quite a lot about the South African Parliament. And we talk a bit about South Africa. Part of that is because I lived in South Africa. I have connections, deep connections to South Africa. And by the way, Jamaica is playing South Africa tonight. Shepo, I don't know what the score is. The game is over, but Shepo just from Gauteng, he informed me that Jamaica was playing well, actually, South Africa was playing a tune-up match with Jamaica because, you know, South Africa is going to the World Cup. Jamaica is not. And he asked me, he said, I know it's tough for you who you're going to choose. And I said to him, I'm going to choose a referee. So he said, I'm slippery. That's what he said. So, Chef, I know you're watching. But there's so much of a connection between Jamaica and South Africa. Culturally, politically, and otherwise. A lot that we share in common. And over the past several weeks that I've been assembling the truth, I came across a South African journalist, FLA. I know I'm butchering her name, but I just fell in love with this lady. She's unafraid of speaking truth to power. There's some things that of course, you know, you will never agree with everyone about everything's been said. But in the main, this lady, she's spot on. I want to introduce her to you. And in fact, in her videos, she says, at the end of her video, she says, please share my video. Please share my video. And so we're going to share the video. We're going to share her and her ideas with you. And we just hope that this will inspire some of the journalists in Jamaica, because they've been very, very quiet for a lot of reasons. But sometimes the issue is bigger than you, and you have to take a stand. And now this lady, she's in the middle of a firestorm because she's criticizing all of the major political parties. I think there's 17 of them, 17 political parties in their parliament. I think it's about 17. And she's taking them on. And she's taking them on regularly. She's unafraid. I want to introduce you to her, and I'll ask you if you get a chance to just go visit her website and just check out her videos. We were talking about people getting involved. And she has this video. She says there's this one action to really address the issue. Here she is. Oh, by the way, this is how she starts her program. You know, facts first, and then you cry later. And she always she starts the program, and she ends the program sometimes with "Don't trust the comrades." And we're not, when she said "Don't trust the comrades," we're not talking about PNP. Just so people, if they catch that part, they don't think that we're sending a subtle message to them. No, in South Africa, the struggle parties, the members are known as comrades. And so what she's saying is that don't trust these struggle parties, ANC and the others, because she's saying that they've taken advantage of the people that they're supposed to serve. But check her out. Here we go.
Politicians do not elect themselves. Individuals and communities elect them. Businesses and shop owners do not take your money by force. We hand over our money willingly. Nobody forces us to buy Albany or Sasco or the Pick and Pay or Woolies in-house bread. Nobody. So who has the power? You do. I do. As an individual, when you refuse to give a billionaire your 20 rand for that loaf of bread, you have just made that billionaire 20 rand less rich. If a community of 10,000 people refuse to buy from Susco or Albany or Pick n Pay or Woolies, they have just made a statement that cannot be ignored. The same applies to banks. The same applies to airlines. It even applies to me and all the YouTubers, musicians, and movie makers. So when people say banks are scamming us, when they say this bank is robbing us, once we are able to prove it, we should all band together and say we will not give our business to that bank. The problem is we as consumers are not as dedicated to the issues that we believe in as much as we claim to. If we did, banks, businesses, and politicians would definitely feel it. Now, I have some nice examples for us today. The year is 1957, and the Public Utility Transport Corporation, aka PUTCO, has just increased what it costs to ride a bus from Alexandra to Johannesburg. The fare was 4 pence before, and it has now increased to 5 pence, and the people of Alexandra would have none of it. Along with Nelson Mandela of the ANC, they refused to ride the PUTCO buses from Alexandra townships to Johannesburg, choosing to walk more than 20 kilometers in protest against the fare increases. The same action was taken against PUTCO in 1943 when the fare had been increased. In 1944 again, the fare was raised. And guess what? All these 3 protests were successful. More than 70,000 people decided to take action by refusing to ride the PUTCO buses. This would have affected the businesses in Johannesburg, and it would have affected PUTCO more than anyone else. And at the end of it all, the people won. Today, we are being served by rude taxi drivers to and from work. We have taxi drivers terrorizing the streets. We have taxi associations destroying Uber vehicles and killing Uber drivers, burning PUTCO and Metro buses, destroying trains. And guess what? In the midst of all of this, the people are quiet. They are doing nothing about it, just taking in all the abuse and all the oppression from the taxi drivers and associations. They are not willing to band together and say, we will not use the taxis until they stop ABC. They are not willing to use their power. Nelson Mandela managed to use the power of the individual in an era where he and the ANC did not have the internet. There was no WhatsApp, no Twitter or TikTok, and yet 70,000 people showed up for the Azikwelwa or We Will Not Ride boycott. Now, let's fast forward to the year 1985. Once again, people used the power of their numbers, the power of their money. And what had happened, you may be wondering? Well, in order to suppress the protests and the uprisings of the black people against the apartheid government, the South African government decided to declare a state of emergency. They banned all public gatherings. The military was deployed to many black communities around South Africa. Black South Africans were not 10 people. They were a force of about 24 million in the year 1985. Now, approximately 10 years before, their portion of what South Africans were paid as income was 26%. But by 1985, black people were now receiving 40% of the total money spent on income. 50% of the growth that occurred in South Africa's consumer goods market was specifically due to the spending power of the black people. In simple terms, even if their race did not matter to many white people, there is one thing that mattered in that year more than any other year: their money. Their money was increasingly becoming a big deal to the white business owners, and the black people understood this and they used it to their advantage. The Christian Science Monitor reported in that very same year, in the Eastern Cape, the boycott helped bring a declaration from the Chamber of Commerce in Port Elizabeth. It called for removal of legislation discriminating against blacks, inclusion of blacks in decision-making by the central government, and restoration of a common South African citizenship to all blacks.
The consumer boycott that was adopted in Port Elizabeth in 1985 had a very profound effect on the psychology of normal black people who were resident in urban areas, in townships. It was enormously empowering, and people really, I think it was astonishing how successful that boycott was, how much impact it had, not on the central government, but on white business, local businessmen, and how people felt empowered.
The power of boycotts was obvious. Hit them where it matters the most. Politicians don't respect the common man, but they love the money guys. They love donations from the rich people, so in most cases they do what rich people want. And the organizers of the boycotts could tell. Jack Mkhuseli, who is now the chairman of Build One South Africa, was one of the activists organizing the boycotts. And he said these words: "Our buying power is going to be the thing that is going to decide the future of our country." He was the leader of the Port Elizabeth Consumer Boycott Committee and said this on the eve of the reintroduction of the consumer boycott in Port Elizabeth. It is recorded that in the first month of the Port Elizabeth boycott, the businesses that were white-owned lost between 80% and 100% of business. And what could the apartheid government do? Nothing. They may have been in charge of the laws, but they were not in charge of how black people spent or refused to spend their money. The apartheid government started to arrest the organizers and the leaders of the boycotts. They hoped that arresting the leaders would result in the boycotts coming to an end. But that didn't happen either. Eventually, they had to release the leaders and the organizers in large numbers. Why? Because of money. Business owners were losing money, and they put pressure on the government to stop putting pressure on their black customers. The boycotts kept going on and on. Release our leaders, remove the military, stop brutalizing our communities. The apartheid government released the leaders. The boycott was suspended pending the government of Port Elizabeth meeting the rest of the demands of the boycotting communities. Similar patterns followed in many communities in South Africa. And within less than a month of releasing the prisoners, the government also withdrew all the police and military forces that were patrolling the black communities in order to enforce curfews and the state of emergency. Back and forth, the boycotts went. Meanwhile, in modern South Africa, we have people being abused by the ANC in their various communities. They suffer poor service delivery for years and years, but they don't say or do anything. They are actually used to the conditions in their communities. They have accepted them and are refusing to use their power to get the ANC to change. I mean, if you boycott the ANC in the November 2026 elections, what will happen? Will they not be motivated to do better between now and the 2029 elections? If you're not happy about your councillor or your mayor, don't attend their rally. Don't elect them and tell others to do the same. Like I said, during the apartheid era, these South Africans managed to influence the actions of the apartheid government without WhatsApp or without X. How much more should this generation be influencing the government of the day?
The British public have a lot to learn from the sorts of consumer boycotts that we've had in South Africa.
Monday is the D-Day. We want buying down on Monday. Concessions
have been gained, victories have been won from the boycott campaigns.
We are going to boycott them. We are going to boycott them.
If there's enough people who are boycotting, then it will make a difference.
Everybody's 20p's added up together makes a great deal of money.
People may look at it and think, well, you know, one apple isn't going to make too much difference. But, you know, obviously if, say, 20 people get together and decide not to buy apples, it's 20 apples. And if 20,000 people get together and decide not to buy it, it's 20,000. So, you know, collectively, it can help.
if that 20p is not only an investment in saying no to what's going on in South Africa, but an investment in saying to our government, we don't agree with your attitude to the regime there, then, you know, it's money well not spent.
Just don't buy those apples.
Boycott South Africa now, and when our country is free, come back and help us rebuild it as a new South Africa.
People complain about this bank and that bank, but they do nothing. How many of us are banking with these various banks? If they have genuinely done us wrong, would boycotting them not influence the actions of the banks? South Africa is a country where the regular individual holds so much power that if they knew the power that they held, they could achieve so much good for themselves and their communities.
And the consumer boycott was just one of many of these kinds of non-violent tactics which were used throughout the country, throughout the Eastern Cape. The consumer boycott spread from Port Elizabeth to almost every small town had a consumer boycott of one nature or another, often with different demands, with different timing. You know, it wasn't a coordinated national campaign, but it was enormously empowering. And people learned from each other. You know, they started to copy each other's action.
The last example that I'll give is a case of Boksburg. In the year 1988, Boksburg in the East Rand, also known as Ekurhuleni, had become a city that did not have those petty apartheid laws. But when the local elections arrived in October of that year, a different party took over. That party was known as the Conservative Party. They won 12 seats out of the available 20 seats in the local elections. And guess what they chose to do with their majority? At its first meeting, the new council decreed that it would begin rigorously enforcing the Separate Amenities Act. They decided to bring back the petty apartheid laws into the city of Boksburg. And what are the petty apartheid laws? 2 entrances, 1 for whites and 1 for blacks. 2 toilets, 1 for whites and another for blacks. Those kinds of silly laws. And guess what the black people who were intended victims of these laws chose to do? The Ekurhuleni townships of Vosloorus and REGGAE Park staged a boycott. And to help with the boycott, white-owned multinational companies like Colgate-Palmolive, American Cyanamid, and Unilever decided to give the black and colored people buses to go buy whatever they needed from other towns or cities outside of Ekurhuleni.
But the far-right Conservatives are unrepentant.
And we are going to carry out fearlessly the Conservative Party policy which was endorsed by the white electorate. We will not surrender. Never, 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 never. Thank you.
Equally determined, though, the blacks, who say they'll maintain the boycott till the petty apartheid measures are reversed. Kevin Dunn, ITN, Boksburg, South Africa.
Those multinationals cancelled whatever plans that they had for Boksburg. They started to run ads against such policies. So the city of Boksburg lost investments. The city of Boksburg lost black money. Because basically, if you don't want us in your toilets, surely you don't want our money either. And so we will take our money elsewhere. And what was the consequence? Many white business owners who had voted for the Conservative Party ended up losing their businesses due to lack of customers.
Of defiance announced to the white residents of Boksburg, the consumer boycott was on the move. These buses specially hired to take the blacks to shop outside the town, which doesn't want them. They took their spending power elsewhere.
People are really angry about what's happening in Boksburg. And I think what you've seen here this morning and what has been happening in the town for the whole week, the past week, is an illustration of that anger.
In Boksburg itself, few blacks on the streets and shopkeepers furious at the loss of valuable Christmas custom.
Very bad. Extremely. It's gone dead.
Well, we get about 200 colours a day coming into our shops. A day. We've got about 2 in 2 days. Which is terrible.
Yes, it's
What
shocking.
do we do from here? Who's going to pay our rents?
I'll have to close down. I can't carry on like that.
Are rotten. You do nothing.
In some cases of these boycotts, the white businesses that were known to be supporting the efforts of the black people were spared the devastating effects of these boycotts. Instead of boycotting all white businesses, some who were anti-apartheid were bought from. In other cases, however, all white businesses ended up suffering. Do you see the powerful and devastating effects of boycotts? Asithengi, azikhwelwa.
Even in town centre stores like Woolworths, the boycott is biting. A sprinkling of white customers hardly keeps shops like this one ticking over.
The power to refuse to give your money to an evil, incompetent, or hateful person will teach that person a nice lesson. Refusing to give your vote to that useless politician who is stealing or mismanaging the resources you give them will teach them a lesson. Instead of voting ANC, which has failed you, give your vote to ACDP, to DA, to the Freedom Front Plus. As a business, boycott by refusing to invest wherever the evil, corrupt, and self-serving parties are governing. And we can already see that Johannesburg is suffering from the lack of big business investments, can we not? But while we see that, for some reason, some people keep voting for Jacob Zuma. They keep voting for Julius Malema. At the end of the day, these are all parties that come from the very same ANC. Just stop being stubborn and stop being sentimental and do what is best for you, your family, and your community. Boycott the comrades. Go to the opposite side and you will have a better life. Let that political party collapse. And also don't stop at the political parties. Boycott the evil businesses too. Let that business shut down. All these boycotts show us that as ordinary individuals, we have the power. A community coming together is way more powerful than whoever is trying to overpower it, be it big business or banks or the whole government. When united, these men and women brought businesses to an end. They influenced the actions of the apartheid government. They weren't men and women of great means. They were in their mkukus, in their informal settlements, in their townships, earning peanuts. But when they spoke as a group, refusing to spend their money on those that were benefiting from their oppression by the state and those benefiting from the oppression were forced to listen, were taught an undeniable lesson. Those that were benefiting from the state's oppression also benefited the state by voting for it. They benefited the politicians by donating to them. So, if you as an individual decided to not buy from their businesses could not raise money to give to the politicians who were busy hurting you. So, both the business owners and the politicians or the government lose their income, and losing an income is one of the only ways that some people can understand. Losing customers is the worst nightmare to a business person. And when that happened, what was their response? The business owners either went to demand that the racist government stop the racist laws, or they were forced to go out of business. Simple as that. Either way, lesson learned. If there are evil, racist businesses that you know of today, refuse to buy whatever they sell. Teach them a lesson that they will never forget. If the banks are guilty, do the same to them. If the retailers are guilty, do the same to them. If the ACDP, DA, FF Plus are guilty, do it to them. If the ANC, EFF, MKP, and PA are guilty, do it to them. Once we start doing that, we will start becoming the bosses that we were always meant to be as the voters and as the customers. We, the voters and customers, will start become more respected and more feared as we should be. Anyway, that's it for today. Please comment below letting us know what you think of all of this. Please share this video far and wide so that we can remind our community members of the power that they hold. To support the work that we do, please join our membership or make a direct deposit to our bank account. All the details are in the description box below. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Katlego. This is Citizen Concerned. And until next time, beware of the comrades.
That's my newest love. I watch her videos morning, noon, and night now. I mean, she's like us, Kevin. She doesn't pull any punches, man. Wherever there is evil, she tries to root it out. You know. I just want to show you one quick thing. The reason why I'm showing you these people is because there are similarities. You know, she's talking about a mindset, and she's saying in South Africa, people continue, you know, to vote for people who have disenfranchised them, people who are treating them badly, but you don't have to. And the idea that Jamaican thing, I saw a thing set. No, is that is how you set it. That is how you set it. And also exactly who set it. You set it that way there. So you can't complain. But let me show you this video, people. And this one, you'll see the similarity. You'll see the similarity. I don't have to say much. I won't play the whole thing, just a little bit, because we have stories we have to get to. Look at this.
A few days ago, we showed you how the ANC was buying votes at the very low price of 1 loaf of bread per vote. Some EFF members rightly identified this as an insult to ANC supporters. However, they do not seem to realize that they too are selling their vote at a very low price.
I'm a fighter, trust me.
Join an EFF, sidla kamnandi ku-EFF madoda. 1 vote, 1 KFC. Hayi 1 vote, 1 loaf. Nekeleni nombuso wama ANC we corruption. 1 vote, 1 KFC. Join EFF.
Why are people like this? Why are people willing to be used for KFC? Someone is going to say it's because of poverty and hunger, but I beg to differ. For generations, there have been people in dire poverty who were not willing to sell out. They would rather go to bed with empty stomachs, to their graves with nothing to their name, than to allow themselves to be used or bought. This is happening because bit by bit, the people of our nation have abandoned honor and dignity. Many have prioritized fun and games, the soft life. They like silly, loud, unproductive gatherings that always create chaos of some kind. They go all out to dress provocatively in order to dance in unison while drunk, or dancing in unison as a mob in support of depraved, corrupt, and uncivilized leaders and causes. This is their style. Chanting, shouting accusations and lies, drawing attention to themselves. That is a life that many have chosen in our nation. Listen to Prince Mashele here.
And the South African political landscape responds better to noise than substance, unfortunately. That's why the EFF is growing faster than this rational. I mean, think of it. There was a party called Agang South Africa led by Mampele Rampel, right? Mampele Rampel, with a record of leading the World Bank, UCT, and so on, she could not attract voters to her cause. Why? Because she was not a noisy politician, very rational, wants order, and so on. So my worry about this new political party is that they are not appealing they're not appealing to the kind of voters who vote for the EFF. And remember, the voters who vote for the EFF, that pool is actually bigger than the rational middle class voters.
Responding better to noise than to substance. Are you not insulted when you realize that he's actually talking about you, the typical EFF, MKP and ANC supporters? Are you not embarrassed to be a person that picks what is popular over what is beneficial? How long are these politics going to work in South Africa? I mean, the fact that the ANC, MKP and EFF combo got 64% of the votes in the 2024 election elections is proof that these politics have been working. Look at the results of that type of voting. The politics of no facts, just screaming insults. The politics of screaming so-and-so is racist, singing Tubulipunu, shoot the Boer. Those are the politics at work. And to show that the leader of the party supports these types of politics, just listen to how Julius has raised his own son.
Down with Africans, down! Down with this damn down! Down with de Klerk, down! Down with this racist magistrate, down! Amanda! Away, two! Thank you very much.
Are you not ashamed when you realize that there is no room for thinking in most of the politics that we are discussing as a country? Are you not concerned that many of us basically do not use our brains, but simply go with the he is black, therefore we vote for him, she is white, therefore she is racist type of flow? It's no wonder then that all that the politicians have to do is to say, bring your entire family, we will transport you, we will transport your children. We will take you to the venue and bring you back to your homes. We will even buy you some KFC and give you 100 Rand. All you have to do is just show up and act like you're a big supporter. Protest in support of our leaders, regardless of what our leaders have or have not done. Please listen to what former EFF leader had to say about the EFF's actions.
I think it's childish to play with guns, whether it's real or toy guns. If it's a toy gun, it's even worse. Yeah. I think it's childish. So I was there. I think the issue is sub judice. I don't know whether it's a toy gun or a real gun. I didn't touch it and everything else there. But I think general to play with guns is childish.
So you see,
and if it's a toy gun, it's even much more childish.
So you saw something wrong with it?
Like I don't associate with that. It's not my culture. It's not my style.
But are you not advising him to be like, don't do that, comrade?
People can do whatever they want to do. There's a lot of less than desirable things which many people that we work with do, and we just observe.
So did you mention this though? Like, because he says he was your guy. Did you say, hey, my man, I don't think that move was the smartest, bro?
You know, like, I'll tell you something that since 2018, if you were to calculate the amount of money that has been spent on lawyers and busing supporters to go and say hands off CIC, it's possibly about 50 million rand because of childish behavior. I don't associate with that. And I generally, even when I was in the EFF, because I attended some of the court cases, I was like, why should we leave the work of going to interact with branches on the ground and come and sit there in those hard benches for the whole day?
Now, knowing that these people lie with straight faces, the amounts used to bus people and feed them may be a lie, but it could also be true. Mind you, do you notice how it's only after he has left the EFF that he now realizes that a lot of the money was being wasted? Or maybe he was just too scared of the EFF dictator to stop the busing of people. Anyway, the main point is we have seen how new t-shirts have been printed, how many people have been buzzed, how they've been fed, and some even flown to the Eastern Cape to support their CIC. I doubt that it's been cheap, but it's a price that they are willing to pay as they play a game that is meant to intimidate the nation into believing that the so-called leader is loved and supported. Floyd Shibambu probably does not have as much money to do the same, hence his own political ambitions are not doing so well.
Hello.
The struggle is real, boy.
Mm-hmm. This thing is dead.
Charge up the defibrillator today. Clear.
Somebody not dead.
There is no real support for the man. Actually, there shouldn't be any support for him when we consider things like the VBS scandal. There shouldn't be support for the EFF either when we consider that the school that was promised in order to educate the black smart children from poor backgrounds has not been built, even though it has been years since the promise. We can bus and fly people to go and doi for the EFF dictator, but we can't pay to build the school that we promised. We can buy t-shirts and KFC for the people to doi, but we can't build the school that we promised. All of this says a lot about the caliber of South African voters. People who are willing to forget about the promise of quality education for their children in exchange for a t-shirt and KFC. People who forget that the party leader is prioritizing foreigners over them as soon as they put a DJ and performers in front of them to make them dance. The South African politicians have understood you. They know you. They know that where there is food, alcohol, music, and dancing, it's over. You will be there. You will chant their slogans. You will sing their praises. What a sad case. Anyway, that's it for today. We need to rise above a state where free things are our biggest weaknesses as voters. So please share this video with other voters. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Katlaro. This is Citizen Concerned. And until next time, beware of the comrades.
I promised that we'd just play a little bit of it, but I had to play the whole thing because tell me when you watch that segment, if you weren't thinking about Jamaica. Just tell me if you weren't.
Thinking about Jamaica at times. I was wondering if it was Jamaica.
Because it's the same thing. See? You what she said? She said, as long as they have food, liquor,
And
DJ,
music.
and music, you forget about the promises that were made. And they know this. The politicians know this. And they've got you. They've got you. How many of you have seen your MP since, what was it, September 3rd? How many of you have seen your MP since? How many of you? You could see them before. You could get some, you could get, let's say, get a thing. You could have gotten a thing before the election. Try and get a thing now. Try and locate a politician to get a thing. No, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. So this second video, it dovetails into the first one, which is, what do you do? And there was one of the answers. That is, you protest, you boycott. But you can't do it if this is gone. You cannot do it if this is gone. And that's why we try our level best on a Saturday, on a Wednesday, on whenever we can to try and educate you. Yes, Isilda, they write a box food and they're happy and they forget about their worries. But
You know, differently still, I would prefer the bread.
Over the KFC?
Yeah, because the KFC is one meal.
Oh, the bread, you can stretch it, right? You can have bread and water, bread and mackerel, bread and... Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let me just move on into... Oh, by the way, the examination has been put off till next week because we've been gone for quite a few weeks. So we said, no, let's give them a chance to familiarize themselves with the instructors and the material, and we'll give you until next week. Now, I just found out that I have to be somewhere next week, but I'm trying to get out of it so I can be right here with our people. All right. Big up yourself. SSB, I know who that is. Lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. Yes, producer Joan, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Shaping mind better tomorrow makes sense. That's what we're going to talk about later on. We're here. All of you are guests. Professor.
As always, we're encouraged to be active listeners. Not to be active while listening, but to actively listen. To maintain an open mind so that we can use our time effectively, to be present. To comment, to contribute from a constructive standpoint and celebrate others' contributions. And most of all, to enjoy the experience. All of these encompass our engagement norms, and all of these things make this broadcast, this platform, excel above many others, because our listeners, our participants, our viewers, they're here, and they support the discussion, which may not always be an agreeable one. Sometimes there's some conflict, but because of level heads and approaching things from what I have turned into my motto, to have acceptance through enlightenment, you listen to understand where someone is coming from, whereas you may not agree, you understand. And so from that, we may be going to the same place. It's just that our route is a little bit different, but our destination is the same. And as we move forward to gaining more knowledge, to approach levels of corruption, to approach levels of deceit, to approach levels of poverty and the lack of resources, through acquiring knowledge, we find better ways to stop the failing community and to encourage the growing, thriving community. I'm going to let you finish the rest of the slides, Provost. There are a couple of things I'd like to address.
Okay. All right. No problem. All new members, big up on yourself. Big shout out wherever you are. Africa, Asia, the Middle East, North America, the Caribbean. We welcome you and we thank you. Big up on yourself. Quote of the day. Things are come up to bump. You know what? I will sing that song again. I thought sing it when some of them are got belly ache, some of them are got headache. Things are come up to bump. I try to remember who sing that song. The things are come up to bump. Let me see. You remember Kevin who sing that song there?
No, I can't look for it.
Let me see. I'm sure somebody else now put it in the thing. don't see. I don't remember. I don't remember what that wicked piece of song. Things that come up to bump, meaning that things that come to a head. Things that happen. You know, it's similar to, you know, you carry the bucket, go away on one day, the bottom I go drop out. Things that come up to bump. All right. When the rain fall, no fall upon one man's house stop. Let me go back to this. Things that come up to bump, it has to do with the truth that we've been compiling for the last several weeks. And this goes back to the first clip we played, where the AI generated voice of Denzel Washington was talking about what they've done, what they've done, and how we're going to respond. And as I said earlier, the truth is never in our rush. Never in our rush. Never in our rush.
The bases, Provost. The bases. Things that come up to bump. Because they're recording the bases.
The bases?
1968.
See there? 1% of people will always be honest and never steal. 1% will always be dishonest. And the 98% will be honest as long as the conditions are right. Meaning that if you can get away with it, you do it. Aye. The goal of constant lying wasn't to persuade people to believe a specific lie, but rather to destroy their capacity to distinguish between truth and falsehood, leading to a state of complete subjugation. Jamaica. Chance. Even when we present the evidence at times, the diehards, they see it and they say, we don't believe our lying eyes. We don't believe our lying eyes. That's true. Subjugation. That's the Wednesday program. Tune into that. And of course, tonight, you know, from 8 to 10, you have to tune in to the man himself, the provost, the professor, DJ Kevin Stew. And then also he has a program on Mondays and Tuesdays, depending on what.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Yes.
There you go. There you go. I want you to talk more about your program, but let's move on. Oh, and then Samia, tonight. Thanks for putting all the important dates. The final exam is going to be next week, Saturday. And then the biennial conference, we're going to talk about that, is June 16 through 19. And of course, the summer edition of Rattigan University will commence on July 4th, 2026. All right. Let me move this, Kevin. Before you say anything, Kevin, let me just clear this area right here, because there's something I want to play. Or you know what? Go ahead, Kevin. You say you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah. And thank you, Joel. So a couple of things. You wanted me to touch a little bit more on my broadcast, my weekly broadcast. Yes, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern. I alternate my live nights. I used to do all 3 nights, 10 p.m. till midnight, but because of the 9 to 5, that keeps that going, I've had to change it up a little bit. But the broadcast still here. I do rebroadcasts on the night that I'm not live. This past Monday was Community and Finance Night, where I addressed disaster, corruption. And it's really just putting into perspective how corruption thrives through disasters. How it happens, the actions taken by those the powers that be, the lack of action, as we addressed some of that earlier on, of those who are suffering from it, and the conditions that need to be present to make it happen. So I touched on a few things in that area. This coming week, it's health, and the next week it's real talk, where we look at the psychology behind how we interact with each other. That is the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew. As we are here, and right now, this platform, the reason we're Rattigan, as the audio-visual arm of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. The foundation, which you'll hear me refer to it as, needs resources to make things happen. And so it's important that as we talk about taking actions on certain things, there are costs to it. There are legal fees, from court costs to filing costs to document costs to even paying for representation. And so it is important that the supporters, you all, family members, students, we appeal to you for your financial support. Some people might say, I beg, them I beg. Yeah, pretty much. But just make it sound good. Yeah. So here's the real bottom line. Just like everything else, resources are needed to make things happen. And so as you see on your screen right now, those of you who are watching, those who are listening, if you visit OJLDF.org, the foundation, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, the website is OJLDF.org. On the website, there's a little button that says donate. Please visit, click. If you can do $3, $5, $10 each week, it goes a long way. If you're the kind that will do a monthly contribution, if you're the kind that will do a one-time contribution per year, whichever way it is that you can contribute, the contributions that you make come out in the work that is put in. The broadcast was not on for 2 weeks. It is not because anybody was out playing hooky, but because there needed to be some work as it related to a case that is being presented to the courts, a case you're not unfamiliar with, and the provost will talk more about that. But it's not just that case, but another case in Jamaica that requires the assistance of the foundation. And the foundation also assists individuals directly. When you look at the tablet drive, which is ongoing, it's not because we don't talk about it constantly. It is ongoing. So the acquisition of tablets require resources. It requires funds. And if they're going to be acquired here in the United States, then more funds are needed to get them to Jamaica, to get them to the individuals who need them. And so the ask is constant. The ask is repetitive. The ask is as transparent as you will have it. The foundation needs the resources, the financial resources, to make things happen and to keep things happening. So please visit the website ojldf.org, or you can donate by way of Zelle, by Cash App. So it's the website, Zelle, Cash App. Am I leaving anything out? I don't think I'm leaving anything out. Those are the three main ways that you can make. Oh, and mail. But if you visit the website, you get all the options. So he can tell us the ingredients to grow here in 2 weeks. Oh, I must bring on Mr. Rattigan.
Well, Merle,
Lucie.
Merle not good. Merle not good. All right. Rosemary said the link in the chat is not taking to the website. See that?
Which link? OJLDF.net? OJLDF.net takes you to OJLDF.org. It takes you to the same place.
Again.
If the extensions are giving you a problem, just go OJLDF.org and then use whichever click you want to use.
Let me just quickly tell them about the lawsuits. As you know, folks, there's a lawsuit pending in Jamaica regarding standing, whether or not a Jamaican living outside of Jamaica can bring an action against a public official in Jamaica. It sounds like it's elementary, that if you have not given up your Jamaican citizenship, meaning if you have not, the technical term they use is renounce. So even if you become a citizen of the US, some people say, well, yeah, no, you haven't given up your Jamaican citizenship. You know why? Because in order to renounce your Jamaican citizenship, in order to give it up officially, there is a process. You have to file documentation with the Ministry of National Security. And as you know, they call themselves National Security and Peace. That's what them name now.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, you see that in the report, right? National Security and Peace. Yeah.
I was like, who they talking about? Who them?
So, and it says, slew them. So that's just a song, people. Not meant in any other way.
No instructions given.
Right. So to renounce, you have to file paperwork with the Ministry of National Security and Peace, and it goes to PICA. It's a process before you're officially declared not a Jamaican. But if you haven't done that, no matter where you go in the world or what you do, you are a Jamaican. The Jamaican government considers you a Jamaican. But the case in Jamaica that's pending, they're saying the issue is whether or not you have standing to bring an action. As most of you know, in the Supreme Court, the answer was no, you don't really have standing to bring the action. Well, that case is now in the Court of Appeal in Jamaica, and rightly so. And the attorneys in Jamaica working on the case, they can't talk about the case because they have this sub judice or JUDIC rule in Jamaica where if a case is pending, you can't talk about it. In America, it's different. You can talk all you want because you know why? If a case is pending, it is public. It is public. You may not be able to talk about certain things, and that's because the courts will issue an order and they will seal certain things. Unless and except that is done, you can talk about a case that is before a judge until the cows come home. They don't care. And you do so at your own risk. You do so at your own peril. They're saying if you want to talk about the case, you talk about it. It's fine. But be careful because you may talk about something that will come back and haunt you in the courtroom. But in Jamaica, it's different. So they won't talk about it. But I can tell you a little bit about it. It's a very good case. And that case is going to be beneficial for all of us who live outside of Jamaica. All of us. Meaning, if at some point you feel that a public official in Jamaica did something that you thought was illegal, immoral, whatever it is, and you want to bring an action, then you have the right to do so as a Jamaican. That case needs funding right now. It's there. What I can tell you is that the Privy Council ruled in a matter similar to the case that's pending, and essentially said that if you were born in a country and you didn't renounce, it doesn't matter where you live, you have standing to bring an action in the country of your birth. I think there are two controlling cases. Procedurally, what I've been told is that the government is in an indefensible position. But don't forget to know, remember what our Prime Minister said during the debate, that just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. Remember he said that?
Correct.
Now you know why he said that. Now you know why. Because that's the very issue before the Court of Appeal. And the government was supposed to respond. They have not responded, and the case is just sitting there gathering dust. When I called to find out what was going on, I was told that, because I said, look, in the United States, there are time limits for everything. You have X amount of time after a verdict to file your notice of appeal. You have X amount of time after that to file the actual appeal. Once the court listens to the matter, then this, and that, all of these things. And they said, I was told by an attorney that, no, I said it work in Jamaica. And I said, but don't they have time limits? Don't they hold them account? And said, no. So now what we have to do is, we now have to force the court, or we have to file a motion, in essence, to the court to say, listen, tell the government to respond. We have to now file it, because if we don't, this is just going to sit there. And as one staunch, high-ranking JLP member told me, he said that case is going to sit there for another 10, 15 years. Well, we cannot let this happen, people. We cannot. So we need the funds from you. Whatever you can afford, $1, $5, $10, $20, whatever. Give as much as you can afford to give. We don't want you to put yourself in a financially embarrassing position. We don't want that. We're not trying to make you poor. But we're trying to have you stand up for the issue if you believe in it. So whatever you can give so that we can pay the attorneys to file these motions, to force the government to come to court and put an answer, because right now what I'm being told is that they're in a very difficult position. The law does not sit, the law is not in their favor, and that's why they're not responding. So now we have to file something and force the court to say, government, you must respond to this, so we can wrap this thing up. So that's one. So we're asking you kindly to give generously. The second case has to do with the publications that came out on January 24th about yours truly. And I know they're watching, by the way. I know they're watching. The lawyers are watching, and the defendants are watching. I know. And and they must be watching, because right now they're in a bind. They're in a bind. They're in a bind. People are running all over the place. They don't want to get what we call service of process, where you serve them with court documents so that they have to come to court. People are running all over the place. They don't want to be served. But they will be served. At some point they will be served. The case is ongoing. The case is ongoing. But you see, most if not all of you, but most of you, the overwhelming majority of you watching this program, you had, I'm willing to stake a bet on this. Most of you had a mother like my mother. You had a father like my father. or even if you had only one, mother or father, or even if you had none, but you had somebody who was responsible for you. They're like my mother and my father. They made sure that you went to school. They tried their level best to make sure that you got an education. Why? Because they did not want you to come and join them. They wanted you to exceed their station in life. They wanted you to be a success. They wanted you to make them feel proud that they invested in you and you have risen above the circumstances. They weren't necessarily looking for you to help them. They wanted you to rise.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they wanted. They said, you must. My father used to tell me, he said, I did better than my father, and I want you to do better than me. And your children must come and do better than you. That's what this is all about. And so these folks, they came out and they said all kinds of things, and now they're choking on the things that they said. And now the fingers are pointing every which way, and now people are writing me. They're having people call me and tell me do this and drop lawsuit and this and that and that. It ain't gonna happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You see, what's been going on is that they've been playing with people. They've been insulting people. They've taken advantage of people. They've intimidated people. But as I've always said, if you have a group of people and you have one man with a different opinion and he's right, you have a majority of one. And I've also said, between the day you're born and the day you depart this earth, make a mark. Make a mark. Stand for something. Let people respect you. Don't be downtrodden. Don't let them walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. And through the grace of God and the attention and the love and the direction of my parents, my community, my teachers, my friends, I am where I am. I will never turn my back from whence I came. A lot of those people cannot speak for themselves. Everyone cannot speak for them. We would love everyone to speak for him or herself. It's not going to happen. Some of them need us to speak on their behalf. And what they've been doing with this diaspora thing is a disgrace. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And for all the lawyers watching out there, all of the high-powered lawyers, you'll see me in court, all of them and the defendants, I sincerely believe in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council as an organization that whose primary focus is to benefit the diaspora. Also, it must establish and have a partnership relationship with the government, any government of Jamaica. That's my belief. That's my belief. I'm willing to work with anyone on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to make these things happen, to make sure that we take care of the people in the diaspora who need help. And we extend the hand for the people of Jamaica. We need to help them as well. We need to have a relationship with the government. But you cannot have a diaspora organization run by the government and the focus is to invest. It's about investment. It's about networking. It's about rich people coming together. It's nothing about the people in the diaspora. It's nothing about the people in the diaspora. And that case right now is taking shape. And remember I said to you, I was gathering facts and assembling the truth. And the truth is never in a rush. It took me lots of well, I really don't sleep at night, but I was going to say take me sleepless nights, but it took me a lot for me to put this thing together. And I'm still working on it because we have a deadline that is this coming Friday. We will get the work done. And I can guarantee you, they thought they had a slam dunk case, but there are things that they're going to see next week that will completely take them by surprise. Completely. We didn't show our hand in the beginning. We showed a finger. Next week, we're going to show our hand.
Which finger was that? Provo?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We showed them a finger and they ran with it, not realizing that we have two hands. Right? Not realizing, what is it? 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. They didn't realize that. They're going to realize it next week. For example, we gave, I think, 2 pieces of evidence, 2 exhibits to begin the case. And they ran with it and said, see, they don't have anything, blah, 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 blah. Well, next week, that 2 will become 29. 29 pieces of evidence we're going to, they call it exhibits, we're going to provide them with next week. Let them deal with it when we give it to them. Let them deal with it. So all of these things, they require funding. And I mean, I heard it I hear it all the time, but I heard it this morning from Kevin and Joan and OT. They say, hey, you know, like beg, Frankly speaking, I don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. But I'm going to step out of that box now and beg you and ask you kind of to support the legal efforts of what we're doing around here. Because at the end of the day, it's going to benefit all of us. It's going to benefit us. Because the things that they've been doing, both cases, the things that have been going on, people sat back. Some people saw what was going on, but they mum's the word. Didn't say a word. Agatha said, which finger? The little finger on the right. Kevin, you see where you start. So I'm asking all of you, if you're in Jamaica, you need to support this thing. I'm not going to say support the movement, but this is not a movement. The Global Jamaica Diaspora claims that it is a movement. And at the same time that it's claiming it is a movement, you know what it's doing? It's saying vote. Which movement you ever hear ask for people for vote, an organized vote? A movement is a collection of people. It's about galvanizing people towards a certain goal. And leaders emerge from that. Anybody did vote for Martin Luther King? Anybody did vote for Malcolm X? Anybody did vote for Mahatma Gandhi? Pick any one of these leaders. Anybody did vote? No. Once it's a movement, there's an emergence. Leaders emerge from movements. You don't vote. So it's what do you call it? It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. You can't say, well, we're a movement. We're not an organization. But you have to vote for the movement. It's poppycock. It's nonsense. So, again, I'm asking you, go to the website, make your donation so that we can continue the fight. Because the struggle is real, but the struggle needs money. Because to go to court, it's not free. Although, in my case, in one of the cases, I am representing the issue. So we don't have legal fees there, but we have fees associated with the lawsuit. We have court costs and we have research fees. We have people that we have to pay. We're doing things right now. As we speak right now, the document that will be submitted next week, and it's not one document, it's one, two, three, well, 4 documents. 4 documents. And I'm telling you, people, it takes a lot of time to do these things because you have to be very, very careful when you're doing the research and when you're drafting the pleadings. You have to be very careful. Thank God that I have surrounded myself with a small group of people, very talented people, but they don't come cheap. They don't come cheap. So, again, this is for the benefit of all of us, because I would like any one of you to be able to say, you know what, I see something going on in Jamaica I don't like. I'm going to go file a lawsuit against this particular politician to make sure that we can deal with the corrupt politicians. I would like for you to have the right to do that. I don't want them to say, well, because you don't live in Jamaica, you don't have a stake in Jamaica. How is that possible when they come back around now with the diaspora thing and say, hey, we need money from you?
That's the part.
You don't have
a stake. Your money does.
What was that?
No, you don't have standing, but your money have standing.
Right. They say you don't have standing, but send the money. You don't have standing, but we're going to form. We have this organization, and so we need you to use this organization to support us. But you don't have standing. And by the way, we're going to show you how they have abandoned the mission. That originally, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the intention was to serve the people in the diaspora. And once those people prospered, then you leverage that prosperity to help Jamaica. You know what it's become now? It's become what they call an advisory and a consultative body. Jamaican politicians not listening to anybody overseas. It's just a fancy term for fundraising. That's what it is. Just get the money and get the money to us and get it to us quickly. That's what it is. So I'm asking all of you people, asking all of you again, please, make a donation. Whatever you can afford will be greatly appreciated because it's going towards a very, very noble cause. And it's a cause that's going to serve you and your family well. All right. Let me move this here, Kevin. All right. What we're going to do now, we'll just show some things right now. Well, it's 5 o'clock already. Goodness gracious. All right.
Yeah.
Let me just show you a couple of things, a couple of quick videos, and Kevin and I, we can talk about it, and then we can, we'll invite you to show some stuff in the chat. Here's the first one. One of my favorite personalities in Jamaica.
At the end of the day, the government really look nothing good for we,
We have been doing the right thing by Jamaica.
Government for me, Me can't sit down and rely upon you,
No other government that has repaired and built like this government.
You see that happen? That a going nowhere?
In your community.
Who can rely upon the government?
22,000 Jamaicans have had the chance to own their own homes.
How much a big man over state and big man like that know you know?
Over 100,000.
So you feel say after you be prime minister, you feel done with we and go to some people who never know you before?
You have to level the playing field.
Remember we the people make you be who you is, The
public would see and would know.
I want to you, man. You have to deal with it better than that, man.
Why and how?
Give a better benefit.
Action is being taken.
You can't live in our country and not get a benefit, brother.
We were reminded of that.
You just a dig for yourself alone, like say you alone make up this.
Don't talk about it.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Yeah, that's down in Tivoli. I think that's Tivoli Gardens, and that's a stronghold for the JLP. And there it is that when, as my father would have said, the pangs of hell. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it means desperation. Desperation reaches, this is what happens. And people have a right to shout out, but they need to do more than that. They really need to know more than that. Here's a story that's making the rounds, and people have been calling, asking if it's true.
Hey guys, check this video out.
Hi everybody, I'm just coming from the Ministry of Finance, and I am here because I came to collect money that was at the airport by the customs officer. I want you to know that you are coming into Jamaica and you have cash, which when it is worked out, it is equivalent to 100,000 Jamaican dollars. The customs officer is empowered to seize your cash in whatever currency it is, as long as when they calculate it, do the conversion, it is 100,000. And then you have to prove that your money was not intended for any criminal purpose before you can get it back. And that is what I have done for my client. Came in from the Bahamas, and his money was, although he declared, remember you only need to declare if you have 10,000 US. He had less than 10,000 US, far less than 10,000. But when they converted it, it exceeded 100,000 Jamaican dollars, which is not hard to do. And as a result, so be careful and be warned that if you are coming with more than $100,000 in Jamaican or its equivalent, they can't seize your money. And then you have to prove why you are to get it back. Be warned.
You know, there's a problem with that doing it, Kevin, and I'll tell you why. We were talking about it this morning. If you travel to Jamaica for a weekend, you get your Friday, and you say, oh, I'll hang out Saturday, Sunday, and come back Monday. And you go with the equivalent of more than 100,000 Jamaican dollars. And it's seized. You're not seeing that money because you're leaving Monday. And remember, then they close Saturday and Sunday. And when you open Monday, you might have to wait till Monday afternoon, Monday evening, or maybe Tuesday before you can see anybody to talk to them about getting your funds back. So it is going to be a problem. Again, I can't verify that 100% and say, well, that is the case, but this lady certainly, apparently, well, she certainly can, because she said she just left the Ministry of Finance trying to get some money back. So if it's true, oh, somebody said it's fake news. It's fake news. Okay.
So which part of it is a fake news?
Is fake? Yeah. Yeah, Sharon, which part, yeah.
Is it the equivalent of 100,000 Jamaican part? Is it the
No. Which is, bro? No. If you're leaving the US with more than $10,000 or more, you have to declare it. But what the lady's saying is that that's a different law. That's not. They're not applying the US law in Jamaica. It's a completely different law she's talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
One of the questions I have also is, how long has that law been on the books, and when was the last time it was amended? Because if this is a law from when was $100,000 US? I mean Jamaican money.
What do you mean?
I would say 80s.
When was what? What was the question?
100,000 Jamaican. Oh.
Yeah, you were frozen a while ago.
Is that just on my side? I hope I'm the one. Did I lose you just now? Okay, so it's just my side. All right. Okay. So my question is this a law that was on the books from back in the 70s or early 80s when 100,000 Jamaican dollars was a ton load of money? Because today, 100,000 Jamaican dollars
Not much. No, it's not. It's not much. We did that calculation this morning. Let me see. Let me see.
What's the current exchange rate? 152?
150, something like that. It's 600 and something dollars.
Now, so who going to Jamaica with 500 US?
If you're going to Jamaica, you're not going with 500 US. So
they might take everybody money while on Jamaica?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's similar to the immigration laws here, where people, people hear things happening and they say, "Oh, the law's changed." No, the law hasn't changed. It's the policy. The law is still there. It's a policy, because sometimes the policies, they've been relaxed. They don't enforce them, and then somebody might say, "Okay, the policy is starting next week. We're going to enforce the law." So, or somebody obscure, so I must try and get somebody to discuss. Okay, all right, fine. All right, I'll do that then. I'll do that. I'll get somebody to find out, check the laws, or check the procedures with customs to see what is required, what is not required, and then we'll go from there. Let me move this, and then go to. You know what? Let's leave let me just quickly listen to this gentleman.
Hugh Grant, President and CEO of JPS. I wanted to give the nation and our customers a quick update of the island-wide electric grid shutdown that was experienced at 9:02 p.m. last night. What we do know as of this time is that during this incident, there was significant lightning activity in the corporate area, particularly in the vicinity of some of our major generating stations, our major transmission facilities, and our major substations, one of which I'm at 3 a.m. in the morning. As of now, we have made progress in the restoration of the island, whereby we have restored several parishes in the western part of the island. Parishes such as Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, and Trelawney have been substantially restored. We have restored some customers in the central parishes such as St. Catherine and Clarendon, and we have also restored customers on the eastern side of the island in the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew. We regret any inconvenience caused to our customers at this time. I want to thank you for your patience and understanding. We are committed to getting to the bottom of what transpired and will keep you updated. Be safe and be well, and thanks again for your patience and understanding as we work tirelessly to safely restore customers as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Well, hear what he said. He said that there was severe weather in the area of a few substations. He didn't say that the weather caused it. He just said he didn't say lightning strikes. He just said there was lightning in the area.
Correct.
Right. Which doesn't tell me what I need to know, which is what caused the outage. And it you should be able to look at, and he's right there on site. He should be able to look at that with some of his people and tell what really happened here. But people do not forget, And I know go ahead.
When was the last time you saw a news report about lightning and the report did not show where the lightning hit?
True. And Sister Daisy, me know that she in the chat here. She watch me and her a conversation about this lightning thing here early this morning, and she was saying, watch here. She made a point. She said, listen, you can't just, JPS is a problem. Them just get 150 million, plus they said that they were getting 200 from some other place, so 350, and they said the other, 200 or 300 people putting up electricity in the western part of the island and this and that, and then they came. Then the minister Vaz, you know, I should play the other one. I should play that one. Yeah.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
Yeah, because he came out with all the you know the 3-step talking and the fancy footwork and all of that, and at one point he said during the post-gap briefing that he was provided wrong information by JPS concerning the erection of light posts. That I think he said they told him it was 1,000 that they put up, and in truth and in fact they had only put up about 100. And he had went to Parliament and gave them this information, and so it was kind of ironic and laughable when he came back. You know, when was it? About 4 weeks ago, in his sectorial speech and talking about and depending on information provided by JPS, the same company him just said just tell him a whole bunch of lies. But
correct.
The question is, what them do with the money? What them do with the money? And remember, people went after Mark Golden, and Mark Golden said, well, okay, we'll put up our 150, but where are you getting the 200 from, or whatever it is that you're going to use and make up what we have to finance the project of you know, rebuilding, rewiring, whatever you do to bring electricity back to the western part of Jamaica. And people, they lied to you when they told you that. JPS lied to you when they told you, oh, we have restored, you know, after certain days, they said, we've restored 80% of electricity to 80% of our customers. We've done this. It's a tricky Monty. You can't win unless you know the gameplay, you know what the model. What they did was they simply turned off the grid for most of Jamaica. And then they went out and looked and did a visual inspection. And said, okay, everything's fine. The light posts are still up, wires are up, whatever. And then they went and they just flipped the switch and power is back. And they call that restoration. When we think about restoration, we think that something is wrong and now they have to go and fix something. In most of the cases during Melissa, they didn't fix anything. They just flipped the switch. They turned off the grid in Kingston, St. Andrews, certain places because and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. You don't want to keep you don't want to keep power on, and then you have mass destruction, and then you have live wires all over the place. You don't, and then fire. You don't want that. So you turn it off, and you wait for the storm to pass, and then you go out and you check, make sure everything is okay, and then you flip the switch on. But then they came and said, "Oh, we restored," and then people sitting there, and you can't blame the people because some of us we're hearing, we're not listening. We hear what them say, but we're not listening to what they're saying. Oh, somebody said so.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
And so you have to ask that question every time these people come up. You know, you have to ask. Are you lying now? Did you lie then? Are you gonna lie to? It's crazy. So we're going to find out about this $100,000 thing, whether or not it's true, it's false, partly true. We'll get to the bottom of this. But there's something I want to show you. I want to use this to segue to our next topic. Take a look at this, people.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We need to play that again, Kevin. Them say repetition is key. Repetition is key.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people for.
Yes, indeed. And when I hear that message time and time and time again, because the conference is coming up and you see the reasons why we said we should have it. All right. We're talking about agriculture, crime, etc. I'm going to show you something. But before I do, let me remind you of something. Those of you who were here 2 years ago, you'd remember that they had the same conference, the biennial. It's every 2 years. They didn't have it during COVID. During COVID, they had it, I think, online. Before that, you fly down to Jamaica and they have the conference. They also, last year, the last time they had the conference, they put out a flyer. They put out a promo, similar to the one you just saw. And we said to them, put out your flyer, let's work, let's live in harmony. Let's show people that we as Jamaicans can get along. So put out your promo so that then we can see what it is and then we can make our promo. And then you do your conference in the daytime and we do our conference at night. Nothing wrong with that, because then the people who are there, they will get a comprehensive view of what's going on. And the people who are with us, the ones who will only watch at night, they don't need to know what's going on in the daytime. And you know why? Because of this. Here it is. They don't put out the promo and they put out some things here and there. 5 reasons to attend the 2026 11th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. And let me just quickly show you the 5 reasons. Look at that first one. You can big that up for me, Kevin, please.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, see that? Connect directly with decision makers.
Whose decisions they're making?
All of my people in Brooklyn, all of my people in Queens and the Bronx, and the sprinkling in Manhattan. We have very few people in Staten Island. All of you in DC, Maryland, Virginia, all of you in Atlanta, all over Georgia, right? North Carolina, Florida, California, Alabama, Mississippi, Illinois, you name it.
But that's just the US.
Yeah, that's just the US. No, we're not even talking about the UK and Canada yet and elsewhere. You're going to Jamaica to connect directly with decision makers. I ask you this now. When I say all of you people, I'm talking about my people who are struggling overseas and say they want to go. You're going to connect directly with decision makers. Why? Why? Tell me why you're going to Jamaica to connect with this directly with decision makers. Why? Why?
Again, I want to know whose decisions they're making.
That's another point. That's another point. Connect directly with decision makers. You know what that means? It means you go and you say to your friend, hey, take my camera, take a picture with me and the minister. Take a picture with me and the minister. And you take that picture and you cherish that picture. But how do you translate that picture into real help for you and your community? How? The minister won't even remember you, because the minister, by the time he's finished at that event, he would have taken, I don't know, 50, 100 pictures. He won't remember you. He will not. Let's go to number 2. Turn ideas into opportunities. Wow. Wow. And look at what it says right here. It says, it is also a space where investment, entrepreneurship, and development opportunities can take shape. Them no spare the big words. Look at this. Sessions will focus on trade, investment, entrepreneurship, housing, finance, and economic development. So you see what they're saying. They're saying, if you come into Jamaica, you have money that we want. If you're coming here, you have money that we want. If you notice, there's nothing here about poor people. Nothing here about poor people. Let's go to 3. Find practical solutions to real problems. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Brandon Medrick, you're right. In other words, come make we take your money. Look at this. Find practical solutions.
Here's a real problem. A real problem is a member of the diaspora who is a regular listener reaching out and saying, hey, listen, can you help me?
Yes.
That's a real problem.
That's a real problem. That the people who sleep in.
Where is number 2 in this number 3?
I like that. Where's number 2? All right, that's going to turn ideas into opportunities. Where's number 2 into number 3? And where is number 1 into number 2 and 3? For the problem you just posed. How is this? How is this one? You connect directly with decision makers. How is that going to help the Jamaicans sleeping in their cars in the strip mall at the corner, State Road 7 and Oakland Park.
Oakland Park Boulevard.
Mm-hmm. How is this? First of all, them can reach them to connect with them. So the question then you have to ask yourself is this. You live in the diaspora. Who is here to take care of you? I'm talking about now your countrymen and your countrywomen. Who is going to take care of you? Can't be the decision makers.
Because let me point something out, though, you know. I need people to understand this. It's the first 5 years of acquiring a green card and living in the United States, no benefits are afforded to you. None. Zero.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So in those 5 years, if your family don't have the resources, you have taken steps to get out of a situation that is probably life or death. When you come here, there's supposed to be an organization that says they're going to meet you where you are. For whose benefit again? Which decision maker? Mm-hmm. For which investment? Helping which people?
Right. Look at this, Kevin. Number 4, give back. So it's what I'm saying. They don't want poor people come to this thing here. Because if you're poor, you're trying to get something for yourself, and they're saying give back. Give back. But look at what you're giving back to. Look at this. Participants will have opportunities. You will have opportunities, as if you didn't have them before, to support communities affected by Hurricane Melissa. That is a government thing. The government is supposed to be doing that. What about all the billions that they have stockpiled? Loans, grants, donations. Speaking of which, my sister, We sent her and another relative, and it is a shipment actually, with generators for a whole bunch of people in Jamaica. That shipment went a long time ago to Jamaica, and I found out yesterday that that shipment is still at the wharf, hasn't been cleared. Still. My sister wrote to me this week and said, listen, where is the generator? And I reached out to the people, to this organization donating these generators to these people. And they said, it's still there at the wharf. Hasn't been cleared yet. It's just sitting there. But then they said, they want you now. Remember now, you have given to Melissa. And they're saying that is not enough. We have billions and billions stockpiled, and we've only spent 2% of the donations we received. But we still want you to come and give some more. Why are they hoarding those funds? Is it for a nefarious reason? Could it be for elections? That when election time come around, them have a treasure chest that them can just give away money now and then buy votes? We don't know what's going on here, but the one thing that we do know, we don't know what's going on, but we do know that money is not being spent and people are still destitute. People are still living in subhuman conditions in Jamaica. Despite the fact that we've sent so much money and they've gotten so much money from international organizations, from countries, from individuals, from sports teams, they've gotten so much money. And now they're asking you to come to Jamaica and help with Melissa again. Come on, people. This is not right. And then here's it. Build a global Jamaican network. I thought that was what the Global Jamaica Diaspora was doing. I didn't know that they had to have a conference for that. Because remember, you voted for them. I thought that was it. I thought that was it. No, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Yeah. Which part of the thing that Kevin, the policy. Oh, here it is. All right. Let me show you something. These folks, big it up. They don't want me to show you this, and that's why they don't like me. They don't like me because I'm a bad fellow. They just don't like me because I'm exposing them. I'm giving you the truth. That's why. This is the Jamaican policy, the government policy, and this policy influences the Diaspora organization. This is where the Diaspora organization takes its roots from, right here. Now let me show you something. Look at this. I'm going to show you one thing here. Oh, that's it right there. All right. Look at this. See that? They said this policy can be considered as a threefold issue. Three things. Look at number one. Development of the diaspora in the host country. Meaning we're going to make sure you prosper where you live outside of Jamaica. And then two, they want you to be involved. Once you prosper, the idea is then you can use some of that prosperity, leverage that prosperity to help people in Jamaica. And the third one is to have that partnership. It's part and parcel of number two. Let me go back to this and show you something. Look at this. Look at the top. See that? The purpose of the policy is to establish a framework for the coordinated engagement of Jamaica's diaspora in keeping with the government's commitment to do what? Broad inclusion of the diaspora in nation building, right? So we help Jamaica. But look at two, promote their interests and well-being in the countries where they reside. See that? See that? You see that? But when you look at the 5 reasons and all the reasons they've given you to come to this conference in Jamaica, you won't see anything about promoting your interests in the countries where you reside. And there is one more here, one more thing I want to show you where they talk about this is, I think it was Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, one of my favorite ministers. You know, I was going through my email yesterday and I saw where I invited her so many times, and she does dash more. Well, not dash more. She didn't even respond to me. All right, look right here. See that? Let me remove this so you can see clearly. All right. So now let me look at this. She's talking about the policy now. She said, in particular, right here, it addresses issues and concerns of the diaspora. See that? While assisting them. Who's going to assist us? To live in harmony and, don't forget this word, people, prosper. Remember? Prosperity. Mm-hmm. To prosper in the countries where they and their descendants reside. That is the first thing. Because it's secondly right here. That's second right here. That's the first thing. So tell me now, how many of you have actually prospered outside of Jamaica as a direct result of the government helping you? Whether directly or through the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Tell me, how many of
the government don't even know who I am? How do they help me? Well, they know who you are, and by knowing who you are, they know of me, but they don't know me.
No, that showed you the policy, right? I just showed you the policy. Now, look at this now. This is the terms of reference and operational modalities. Big words, meaning when you go and work for us. That's all this means. Terms of reference and operational model. It means you will do what we, the government of Jamaica, what we tell you to do in the diaspora. You will do what we tell you to do. That's what it comes down to. Right? And it's updated as of 13 October 2025. For those of you in court with me, you must realize that this is the second version of the terms of reference and operational modalities. A lot of you didn't know that. A lot of you in court with me, you thought that this was it, that there's another one before this. And guess what? Just to share something with you, there are terms and references in this document that you will not find in the one before this. But you'll find out next week. You'll find out next week. But let me just go to the policy is the government of Jamaica's idea of how the diaspora should be run. And now this is the document they give us and say, okay, here is how we want to run the thing. Now let's go to page 10. It's 10? No, sorry. We just see it a while ago, you know, Kevin.
You just passed 10 because you're now at 14.
I just saw, yeah, the thing, I highlighted it, you know. Hold on a second. Hold on. I just want to show you that. Oh, here it is. Hey, it's 10. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was at the top of the page. Here it is. See that? It says the draft, it's no longer a draft. The National Diaspora Policy articulates the government's firm commitment to address issues that affect the well-being of the diaspora while assisting them to prosper. Hold on, let me take off this again, Kevin, so people can actually see what me I talk about. All right, I'm going to run it now. See this? That the policy I just showed you, it says it articulates, it speaks to the government's firm commitment to address issues that affect who will it affect? Here it is. And how will it affect them? The well-being of the diaspora. See that? While assisting them to, there's the word again, prosper in the countries where they and their descendants reside, meaning outside of Jamaica. Wherever you live, the government is going to make sure that you prosper. And not only is it our policy, it is also in our terms of reference. Now, people, do you believe that? Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence of that? The last time they had a conference in Jamaica, they said, we're going to give you 10 reasons why you should go to Jamaica. Which part of that, Kevin? Which part of that? The 10 reasons for go Jamaica.
It would have.
Minnesota.
The same one from a long time.
Yeah. But here's the thing, people. We're not going to give up this issue. And you know why? There it is. Why? Kevin are the best. See it, your people.
I produce a OT that time. Yeah.
OT? Big up yourself, OT or a drone. One of them. Want to big up on yourself. Here are the 10 reasons. This is what they gave us 2 years ago and said, come to the conference for 10 reasons. This year they said, come to the conference for 5 reasons. And guess what? And we said to them, please give us because wait, Kevin, the flyers, them and all of them stuff, or the flyers them there. The flyers with them put out 2 years ago. And then we went ahead and did our thing.
Yeah. It was
OT, put it up. All right. While you look for that, Kevin, let me just quickly, OT, our June, scroll up, please. The first reason you must come for the conference is because it's in Montego Bay. What kind of silly reason is that? Silly reason. Can you move it up, please? Let me just quickly go through the 10. This is the second one. They must come because of reunion. Keep going, please. The third one is come and party in paradise. Come to the conference and enjoy the entertainment scene. 4, you must come and buy crafts and take home with you. And a quick craft, we're not talking about, marine crafts. We're talking about craft, art and craft. You must come and taste. You must come and eat some jerk chicken and jerk pork and patties. Juicy beef, no, the American now. I eat some jerk chicken in Brooklyn. They were wicked.
Yeah.
So keep going, please, OT. Keep going. 6, you must come and find you must come to the conference, to find your dream home. As if you can't go to Jamaica and find a dream home. You must come to the conference and find a dream home. Keep going, please. Oh, go back one. Go back one. There's a dream home. That's a dream home. That is the dream home. Well, go back. Go back, OT, please. See, these are the things they won't talk about. They won't talk about this kind of poverty and what can we do to address this type of poverty. They won't talk about that. We will talk about it in our conference. Keep going, please. Island adventure, come and get a road trip, rent a car and just drive around the islands. Well, first of all, it's going to be difficult because Jamaica's roads, they're notorious. They're not potholes, they're craters. There you go. 8, reconnect with your roots. You have to go to the conference to reconnect with your roots. Keep going, please. Diaspora influence. What the hell is that? What the hell does that? Tell me in everyday language, what does it mean? And show me how it can happen. Keep going, please. All right. Keep going. 10. Network. So they use the same one. That's one of the ones that they have now. I think that's number 5 for this year. Network. Build bridges, make waves. You can remove it now, OT. What we're looking for now, Kevin?
This year flyer. This year flyer.
Oh yeah, the one.
Yeah,
the one from.
Yeah, I had to come out to go back in.
Okay. People, I'm telling you, this conference is not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. Don't go. Come to our conference. Our conference costs you $0. If there's any cost associated with ours, it's an investment of about 3 hours of your time. It takes you that long, maybe longer, to fly from New York to Jamaica. Just the flight alone is over 3 hours. And that's all we're going to require. Just 3 hours of your time. You can do it within the confines and the comfort and the safety of your home. You don't have to worry about all island blackout. You don't have to worry about any misadventure. Because you're home. You're home. And then what you're going to watch real people discussing real issues. And when I say discussing real issues, we're going to be talking about how can we solve these issues in Jamaica. The issue of poverty, homelessness. How can we address national security issues, extrajudicial killings? How can we address that? Housing issues, how do we address that? Electricity issues, water issues, how do we address those issues? How? So, Merle said they eat kangaroo tail with bean.
Did you see that article? Saying that oxtail, the comparison oxtail and kangaroo tail?
No, I didn't see that.
I need to find it again and see if I can get it to you.
While you do that, while you're doing that, let's put up our thing now, man. Let's show this again. Yes, Jillian. That's why I'm afraid of, because you know why? We're too smart for them. We're too smart for them. They have a whole battalion of people, and them don't make one. And here it is that you have a few people around this corner, and we can come up with all of these ideas. So they didn't put out their poster, their promo, because they're afraid. And we heard it through the grapevine that they said, no, they did it 2 years ago, and we copied theirs. We didn't say copy. We said we collaborated with them. That's what we did. We're all Jamaicans, and there's nothing wrong with having a conference with the same name, except that this time we use coalition. Here it is.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.
Sponsored by our people, for the people. We're not charging anything, free of cost, and you're going to get all the education you'll ever need regarding these issues. And you hear the issues. Look at their promo. Look at their promo and what they're talking about. You don't hear them talk about agriculture. You don't hear them talk about national security issues. You don't hear them talk about housing. You don't hear them talk about employment. You don't hear them talk about a whole range of issues that they should be talking about. You don't hear them talking about it. So here's what you do. You come around here and we will talk about it. We will look at what they're discussing. And look, they're even afraid to put out their own, them people are afraid of having their own shadow. They're afraid, so afraid of us that they won't even put out their agenda. They won't even put out their agenda, Kevin, because they say, no, if we put out our agenda, these guys are going to shred us at night. They're going to listen to what we say in the daytime, and then they're going to shred us at night. But we're not.
It doesn't change.
Anybody.
It doesn't change. So what the objective is to say, let it happen on the day so it doesn't give them time to prepare? Is that the objective?
If that is the objective, it's poorly thought out. Poorly thought out. So, you know what, Kevin? We have so much to talk about this Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition, but we have time to talk about it. So, what I would say is...
I want to make mention of something.
Sure.
It was a big part of my broadcast this past Monday when I looked at disaster corruption. And I want people to understand. Somebody said it in the chat earlier. It was referenced a couple of times in the chat as it relates to the assistance after the disaster to people in Jamaica. Understand this. Things happen in Jamaica in such a way that you really have to question if it's a movie. Here it is, we have an island-wide shutdown. Somebody made this reference in the chat. Why was the aircraft carrier in Jamaica this week? Could the two be connected? Maybe. There was one article put out by the the embassy in the consulate in Jamaica. Then there's a different article put out by news agencies here in the US that addressed, both of them addressing the visit of this aircraft carrier to Jamaica from two completely different angles. So there's that part of it. But going back to the disaster itself and the relief, what generally happens when a disaster strikes and the area that is struck doesn't get relief, you have psychological breakdown, you have socio-economic breakdown, and you have opportunists, real estate vultures, developers or vultures as in the form of developers swooping in, taking advantage of the socio-economic crisis, because now you have the value of property falling to alarming rates and individuals not strong enough to put up a fight because now they want relief. The hurricane came October of last year. We have a new hurricane season now. Names put out and everything.
Wilfred. You put it up, you know.
It's there. Yeah, names put out and everything. And a lot of people still under tarp awnings. A lot of people still wondering where the next meal coming from. Are we serious right now? Or maybe we are, but just not serious about the right things.
Correct.
you can't just look at something like this one way. You have to take the other parts of it and put the full puzzle together. You break down the mind of the individual. Now they're in a state where they're totally dependent. And you throw them a line, dangle a lure. Get rid of them so you can have what you want. It has been a practice done for years. We're not saying this is what the government of Jamaica is doing. But we can't say it is not.
Right.
So what do we do? When don't even bring up the Nara bill. Doesn't do it. Because what we've realized from that is here you have now given license to take said property without dangling a lure. That's just one aspect of it, though. How is it that our beloved country, the land of wood and water, the tiny island that has influenced the whole world, how is it that we have so many people suffering after a natural disaster when so much resources have been provided? How? Today in June, we are now 8 months later, and people can't find like a refuge. People can't see the end of the tunnel yet. Come on. Provost, I just wanted to get that out before I forgot again, and it would ride me reluctantly through the night. It's not a good place that we're in by any stretch of the imagination, and it is people have taken it and gone political with it. I don't even care about the politics of it. I care about the people involved in it, the people affected by it. And since there are two main parties, one holding the purse strings, why isn't the one that is looking at the purse strings not calling out what is not being done by the ones holding the purse strings? Why aren't they not constantly on whichever major media network they can get to, demanding questions be answered, demanding that actions be taken? Not because you're not the one in power.
It's called opposition, right?
And it's called that for a reason. Come on, man.
Let me show the people two things. We're talking about, let's say you must come to Jamaica and line for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. I misread it.
Okay.
Sorry. I just saw a shot and I was wondering who that was directed at.
No problem. I just want to talk a little bit about culture. Before I talk about culture, my big friend, Kevin, look on your messages. My big friend, you know me attack. Who for birthday tomorrow? Big up yourself. Big up your nice self.
Yes.
Be a video later. And a dear friend of mine and a strong supporter of this program says, "Hi, Will. Andrew and his merry band of entertainers, circus performers." That's what we're talking about. She said, "You know that I'm no longer seeing three-card men in the streets anymore?" Wow. Seems they all found employment with Andrew and his ministers. But speaking of culture, just not too long ago, remember Member of Parliament Nikisha Burchell speaking opposition spokesperson on culture, among other things, that she started out her maiden sectorial presentation or contribution by saying that we get up this morning to come make my first sectorial speech, and the speaker said, whoops, we won't have any of that in here. English, right? And she was talking about culture. Take a look at this. This video was not even done by a Jamaican.
The woman you see in this video did something in Jamaica's parliament, which might just change their whole history forever.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time.
So apparently, the woman you see in this video goes by the name Nikisha Bechel. She is actually an opposition MP in Jamaica and also a spokesperson for culture, creative industries, and also information. Now, during a sectorial debate presentation, she decided to open a debate on culture with the first two lines in patois and was immediately shut down by the House Speaker, making it clear that the patois is not allowed and not to be used in the parliament, even though they are in Jamaica where a lot of people speak this particular language.
Madam Speaker, me get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time.
Madam Speaker, perhaps I should abandon that attempt to use our local language, because maybe there is no more fitting way to begin a presentation on culture than to speak briefly in the language understood by the overwhelming majority of Jamaican people. Let me give you the Queen's English.
Now, this has sparked a lot of conversations, especially considering the fact that somewhere in 2025, this particular state minister was allowed to use Spanish to address a couple of diplomats that came to their parliament.
Ha sido lleno del apoyo de Cuba en muchos aspectos, especialmente.
From the beginning. I'm not aware of what he's saying. I don't speak Spanish. Understanding all that is written. For this house, you must speak in English and English only. I have no idea what he's saying.
But leeway was granted by the Speaker to allow specifically for him to speak in Spanish.
Now, this is something that I would applaud the Ghana Parliament for. I mean, even though English language is used as a standard one to address the Parliament, the use of the local language is not prohibited. I mean, there have been instances where a couple of people were allowed to address the parliament in their local language. Now, according to this woman, Nikisha Bechel, she did it intentionally just to raise the awareness in Jamaica.
That was me disrupting it. That was me spurring the conversation to say it's time for change. And clearly, Parliament wasn't ready for that conversation. But you know who's ready for it? The Diaspora. For Read Across Jamaica Day last week, I went to a couple schools in my constituency. I didn't bring an English book about Spider-Man, Superman. I brought Anansi Stories by Louis Bennett. And I was surprised a lot of the kids, they don't know who is Brother Tukuma. They don't know who is Big Boy. They don't know who is Anansi. We're losing it. And if we don't disrupt it, jolt society, then we're going to stay the same.
See there, right? That's all. No. I want to pay attention to this next video. I want you to pay attention. And these videos are made not by Jamaicans, but they embrace our culture. They understand our culture. They love our culture. I want you to pay close attention to the words being uttered by this man. Let them seep through you, in you. Let them just sear in your head. Listen to how this man described reggae music. Listen to this.
No, reggae music was never made to entertain you. It was actually made to wake you up. Because in Rastafari, reggae music is a spiritual warfare through sound, which every bass line carries history, every lyrics carries wisdom, and every song carries purpose. It's used to praise Jah, spread love, and to awaken minds. It carries memories, pain, resistance, and truth. Artists like Bob Marley didn't just sing songs, they preached consciousness. Because when Bob Marley sang, he wasn't just performing, he was delivering truth. When Peter Tosh also said equal rights and justice, that wasn't a chorus, that was a demand. And Benny Sphere, when he chants about Marcus Garvey, That's history they never taught you. Reggae exposes Babylon, uplifts the oppressed, and reminds I and I who we are. That is why when you hear it, you don't just listen. You feel it in your soul. So no, reggae is not entertainment. Reggae is actually revelation. So don't just vibe to reggae. Because if you really listen, you realize that reggae is not music. Reggae is education through vibration. Because a song today can be a revelation tomorrow. On that note, I and I say, Ja King Selassie I.
That's a beautiful way of expressing the understanding of reggae. It's not entertainment, it's education. And that's what we try to do around here. We try to educate everybody. And again, we go all over the globe, we try and find things that we think you'll find interesting. And also, you want to get a sense of how other people see us. Now, it's 6 o'clock now, and we were supposed to have a little guest here, and we don't see our... let me just show you some nonsense going on in our parliament. Look at this.
Chairman, forgive me, I did not get the lady name or her position.
Which lady?
The lady that came the day that Mr. Chai Chung was here.
I think she was Catherine Park. Is in the, she was a board member. Where is it? Yeah. Catherine Parkthwaite, she was a board member of the University Hospital during the period.
I remember clearly that an invitation was extended to Mr. Chai Chung to be present at the meeting, but I did not see one for her.
That is correct, but when she came, he indicated that as a member of the board at the time, and she would have knowledge that she felt would be beneficial to the committee, and there was no objection from the committee to her being here.
But no, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that is a right way of the actions of PAC. I mean, an invitation should have been extended to her, and she coming here on that day and to take part in the meeting was, in my mind, my opinion, is wrong.
All right, I'm going to ask the clerk because she has the longest institutional knowledge here.
Or I should ask the legal team. Right, Mr. Bunting?
The standard practice when we're inviting the permanent secretaries, the FS, or any person to come before the PAC is to also invite them to take along persons who might assist them in the deliberations. So that is the standard.
No, madam.
That is the standard.
The standard if the person is employed to the ministry and has a specific duty. So, for example, the permanent secretary is coming here, he will take along the CFO. But don't tell me here. I don't want you to sit there this morning, madam, and tell me that you are telling me that the board chairman, the former board chairman, felt it necessary to bring somebody here to come and partake in a presentation without the knowledge of us.
Let me just stop it right here and say, this foolishness has got to stop. This foolishness has got to stop. And I see you mean foolishness on both sides. This gentleman here you're looking on at the screen, he's the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, MP Heroy Clark. And his whole purpose is just to come there and be a distraction. But then you have Chairman Julian Robinson, who has the power based on the standing orders and based on this, not only the standing orders in Jamaica, but the standing orders in the parliament in the UK. That's those same standing orders They say that the chairman or the chairperson, they run the committee. They can bring in whoever they want to bring in at any time. They run, and if you have an issue with it, you bring up the issue later on, but not during the meeting. And here it is that he's trying to be, I don't know if this man is dense, distractor. I mean, I just call him a distractor a while ago, but he might be other things.
You mean dunce, dark, or stupid? You mean dunce, dark, or stupid?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Hold on a minute. It not take long for like this, Kevin. You want to reach out still now. Hold on. Let's
go back in history. The JLP under
this one now.
Mike Henry.
No, another one now. Let me find it. Hold on a second. Let me find it quickly. Hold on then. Let me find it. No, I don't know why Julian Robinson put up with this nonsense and have this man come in this side here and start up the foolishness. And he does it all the time. All the time. And him just sit back and let the man get away with it. And in a defensive role, instead of them say, listen, you know what you need for do? You need for do shut up and keep still until when I recognize you to speak. It's that simple. And if you don't want to be here, then there's a door. Feel free.
Right, leave.
Leave. You don't have to stay here and be a nuisance to yourself and to others. Is the one with the picture alone kept?
Yes.
Sita. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
they
my
are dark and they are stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
they
my
are dark and they are stupid.
Could he be referring
here unless we?
Could he be referring to this gentleman? Well, I know one thing. It's funny that way. Timing is everything in it. It's funny that we should mention Minister Vaz and his comment about their dunce, dark, and stupid. And then we have Mr. Herod Clark here acting in, I don't know, you want to say in conformity with the statement made by Minister Vaz. But we are now joined. We're going to get rid of Mr. Herod Clark right now because time is at a premium. Let me just move him. We'll get back to him, people. But we have here, Kevin put this up. You see this? Look on this last name. Look on the last name. Bottom right. Look on this last name now. Hurricane, we are saying no. Hurricane, we are on the seat right there, so. Seat right here. Those who are biased to see, look. And those who are biased to listen, the name Wilfred, the last one. All right? That we are come with this year. Hurricane force we are come with. And when I come for the people of Jamaica, no, our hurricane is different. We're not talking about a natural disaster. No, we're talking about accountability. And we're coming for you know who you are. Remove this. All right, listen, folks, we're talking about Portland. And we have a lovely young lady with us today, right? I am so proud. I know her family. Her name is Abion McClarty. And I just want to welcome this young lady, and I'm going to ask all of you to help me in giving her a warm welcome because, listen, remember we were talking earlier about rising from your situation, people helping you? Case in point, me. Case in point, Kevin. Well, we have a chance to do it again. And we've done it many, many times, but we have a chance to do it for this young lady. She is a first-generation college student pursuing a computer science degree. And she's working hard. She's achieving, but her family is beset by unexpected financial challenges. And we need her to continue her studies, my people. We need her to continue her studies. We don't want her to be a statistic. We don't want, 2 years from now, we say Abian have 3 picnic, twin and another one. We don't want that. We don't want that. And so I'm going to bring her on now and have this nice young lady talk up the things. And we're going to have to. This is not if we want to. This is we have to help her. Lots of people in Jamaica need help. I know. And you can only help but so much. But I'm asking you, we need to help this young lady. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Abian. Abian, welcome. Abian gone.
She come and gone just so device this not connected. Oh, she probably got a phone call.
Wilfred to the world, Beverly. I see when we are come do. See when we are come.
End of the year.
Actio. Actio. We're waiting for Abian to rejoin. Yeah. And then we're going, after that, we're going to jump right into the FLA scandal. And we're going to show you why the commission does not deserve the word integrity because of the way they conduct investigations. Not because they're not decent, honorable, upstanding people, but because of the way they've gone about doing their business. Not their business, the business of the people. They're not doing it in a proper manner. And it's not a one-off. It's not where we can say, okay, this happened, you know, it's just a mistake. Yes. I was watching basketball last night and I found out that, I think it was Charles Barkley. Somebody said there's a difference between error and mistake. There's difference between error and a mistake. Because I think what happened is that, Wemby passed the ball, like in the dive. He said, yeah. And then he fouled him. And he said, okay, you made a mistake by doing it. But then you fouled the person. That's an error. You know, you shouldn't do that. So, Doreen, big up yourself. The Fat Herb. Yes. Listen, we're starting a we're starting a TikTok channel, you know, people. And I need all of you right now to just quickly go over there and to Joan. Where is it? Kevin, where is it? Is it REGGAE? Is it One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation?
The TikTok is tiktok.com/@OJLDF, basically. When you go to TikTok, just look for @OJLDF.
So what do they need to do? They need to go to the website to sign up. What do they need to do?
Yeah, they need to, if they have TikTok, once they go on there, just search for
here it is, right
@OJLDF and
right on the screen. People don't need
to just follow.
Yeah.
Just follow.
People, if you like what we are doing and you want to get more of it, and you want to get it in an unrestrained fashion, because right now we're restrained. We have a June in a little tight little box, and she said, listen, you're going to do this when I tell you to, and you're going to say this when I tell you to, and you're going to go on when I tell you to, and you're going to come off. Well, with TikTok, we don't have them kind of restraint that we can just speak freely, and it's a more relaxed setting. Not like this isn't relaxed, but it's just that we have, you know, we have rules, regulations, and we have boundaries with this, and we have a taskmaster, right? And so we have to obey it. So what we do is Joan set out the parameters and say, okay, this is where you guys going to do this week, and we do it. With TikTok now, I can afford to just be Rattigan, Junior, you know, and we can just talk and have the conversation going. But in order for us to do that, we need a certain amount of people. And we need you to go over there and sign up. I think right now we only have 200, and we need 1,000, I was told. We need 1,000 people. Oh, you see that? You see that one there? I'm glad I know my name account today. You go on, man. You go on with your bad self here. All right. So people, please go over and follow us so that we can get the required amount of people for us to go live. That is what we want to do. We want to go live because we want to start up that program as soon as possible. We have a whole heap of things to talk about now. We cannot finish everything with the 2 programs. But not only that, TikTok, it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe. Not better, not worse, just a different vibe. And that's what we're all about. We're all about difference. We are create a difference, you know. We are create a difference in the lives of people. Healthy Eats with Carl. Thank you so much. All of you who have just Loxley, all of you have gone over. Jillian, please go over there and do it, Jillian. Go over there. Don't let me come down which way you're there and I have to force you. Go over there and do it. All right. Yeah, we're not say Producer Joan, you want Abby to come back another time, Wednesday or so, because time is flying. If you want to call her and tell her she can come on this Wednesday, and we can give her a segment on Saturday as well, because we're running out of time. Please, people, go over TikTok. We said TikTok. Go over and follow us. Go over. There it is. Right there. Follow OJLDF on TikTok. It's right there. Just go over. It takes you what? 2 seconds. Stella Great, thank you. We only have 252 people. We need a lot more than that. We have over 1,000 devices on right now, and I suspect that it's more than 1,000 people watching. So please, if we can get to the 1,000 today, that'd be great, because then we can start next week. All right. So Doreen says it's easy to sign in. Type in OJLDF in the search. There you go. Oh, Helen 2 Rose 510 said can't find you on TikTok. Is that possible, Kevin? Stoic One, look at the bottom of the screen. Look just below me, Stoic One, and you'll see. No, sorry. OT, put it up. Oh, there it is. Need 1,000 followers to live stream on TikTok.
Oh,
there it is.
Muted. At OJLDF is all you need. At OJLDF.
All right. Abian is back with us. All right, Sarah. Lovely young lady. Abian, how are you? Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Can't hear you.
Wait. Hold on. Don't touch it. Okay, touch it now. You try on your side. I could see if it kick you off again. Kick her off again? I don't know. Producer Joan, give her my number, please. Ask her to call me.
All right. While we're waiting for her to come on, we have to be patient, you know what I mean, with the young ones. It's technology, and we really want to get her in the spotlight today and going forward. So please, people, I find it okay. 248 following. Yeah, that's we need to get to 1,000 so we can go live. If you really want to hear what we have to say in an unrestricted fashion, and also to kind of engage more than we have in the past, you need to go over and sign up. Let me say something else here. While we're waiting for her, because I don't want. Let me say something. See if I can, oops. Today's the 6th. All right, hold on there. Let's see if I can find another video from my favorite. Let's see. All right. Here's one here. Let me just go and play this until we get it.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. That is something that many of us were told growing up in order to push us to believe in something good. But the truth is, a lot of us only think we believe in something until it gets tested. And when it does, even slightly, we quickly realize that we never truly stood for it in the first place, which is exactly why it becomes so easy to fall for something else, which is often bad.
Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. I just took this food.
What do you mean you took it?
I just took this food.
Took it from where?
From the neighbour. I'm really hungry, babe. Oh, they got chips.
Where did you take it from?
From the neighbour.
Where was it?
On their door.
They got food delivered and you took it.
I was really hungry.
You can't eat that. What do you... You can't eat that.
I'm really hungry, babe.
I don't care if you're hungry. No, I can't have that.
What
He's
do
a
you
good
mean?
bloke.
Yeah, but I'm really hungry. He'll just say it never arrived and they'll refund him.
They take a photo of it? Like they take a photo of it on the front door or whatever?
I don't know. I can't put it back
You're the
now.
worst person.
Come on, babe. Does he have cameras?
Does he have a camera? You're the worst person. I don't want anything. He's a good bloke. Him and I are mates.
I can't take it back now. Come on, babe.
No.
We have to eat it now.
No way.
We have to. I was really hungry. Come on, I'm
So
hungry.
was he.
At first glance, this video looks like nothing more than a silly prank. But when I watched it, it raised a deeper question. Did this husband genuinely believe that what his wife was doing was wrong? Or did he just say it because he knew that's what sounds right? Because if he truly stood on that truth, if he truly believed that stealing is wrong, wouldn't he have insisted that she return the food to the neighbor's porch?
I can't.
Why?
What'd he order? Did you get a Whopper?
And I don't know what these are.
Yeah, nah.
Jukum. I
Hey.
thought you can't.
You're the worst person I've ever met. I can't believe you took his food.
I watched and watched, waiting to hear him instruct her to return the food, only to see him follow her bad example and participate in what he believed was theft of his neighbor's meal. Instead of doing what he believed to be right, he partook in his mate's sin.
I was just really hungry, babe.
Yeah, I know. That's why he was hungry. I hope he doesn't
Is
have a
it that
camera.
bad?
It's bad, especially if he's got a camera. You can never wear that jumper ever
I'm sure
again.
if I explain to him how hungry I was, he'll understand. Should I just go tell him?
Give it, what, after you've eaten it?
And I'll explain to him that I was just really
You can't
hungry.
wear that jumper ever again. You can't wear that outside in the backyard. If he sees it on the
I should
washing
just
line.
go tell him in case he's got a camera?
This is similar to the Eden story, is it not? Instead of Adam simply saying no because he knew what was wrong, he fell for Eve's bad example, just like this guy did in this prank. In general, I refer to this video because I think it's a metaphor for many of us. Many children are raised up knowing not to steal, not to be hateful of other humans, and yet it could all change if that child meets the wrong people online or in real life. All of a sudden, you start to steal. All of a sudden, you are happy to hate on others, to rob, to loot, something that you know very well is not yours to touch. How many of us will stand up to your boyfriends or your girlfriends, to your husbands or wives, your parents or in-laws, if you saw them doing something that is wrong, that is evil or demented? Will you speak up against the issue and even get into a fight standing up for what you believe in? What will you do? While you think of that, please watch this. Surely all of those people knew that it was wrong for that child to be abducted like that, but some were more concerned about their well-being than they were about the child's well-being. We had grown men who were more capable of attacking the kidnappers, choosing to just be indifferent. Meanwhile, we had physically weaker women with prams, women with their own babies willing to risk their lives for the well-being of a child that they did not even know. What would you do? What do you stand for? Obviously, I don't know what you do in your life. You don't know what I do in mine. But we both know some of what our public servants do. So we will focus our discussion on their examples. The more I look into the evil carried out by politicians, government workers, and the criminals that they partner with, the more I realize that these things don't just happen overnight. They compound over time, rooted in what they stood for. Some stood by the idea of everyone steals, and when I get an opportunity, I will also steal.
Powerful, powerful video. I mean, I just love this woman. What we're going to do is we're going to put that to the side because we have to get to the FLA investigation. I know some of you are anxiously awaiting my take on it. Now, here's what I've discovered. And it's by no means is it confined to the FLA investigation conducted by the commission. It is a pattern and practice of their investigative or lack thereof investigative techniques. I don't think that they're providing value for money, to borrow a phrase from the Auditor General. Because far too often we see where politicians who should be referred for prosecution, they don't. And if you should examine the referrals or the investigations conducted by the commission, you'll find that most of them are for what? Not for corruption. Most of them are for failure to file. Failure to file your statutory declaration. We don't see the big corruption cases coming out of their investigations. Westcon with the Prime Minister, we didn't see it. His statutory declarations case, we didn't see it. The KCMC violation with the house that he was building, not too far from his house in Beverly Hills, we didn't see it. Minister Tufton, Market Me, Lindsay McDonough, we didn't see it. And there's several more, several cases I can mention where we just didn't see it. And we didn't see it because the investigation was shoddy. Or we've seen an instance where the investigation was pretty good and the corruption prosecutor said, nah, I'm not going to prosecute for fear that they're going to raise abuse of process as a defense. How is that serving the people? How? Well, we have this case now. This is Firearms Licensing Authority, FLA, that they investigated. And we're going to show you the investigation. We're going to show you the investigation. But just keep this in mind. You're going to be disappointed. And what I'm seeing in terms of people criticizing what they've done is that many of us don't read the actual report. We read whatever the media says is in the report. We don't read the report. I do the opposite. I read the report and then I look at the headlines. I don't let the headlines influence my thoughts, my observations, my perceptions. I don't. I read it, the report, and then I look at the headlines. And far too often what I find is that the headlines, they don't accurately convey what's in the report. Now, let me start by saying that this investigation was in court. It was in, they took it to the court to prevent Parliament from tabling it, because it was submitted by the Commission, and before it could be tabled, there was a court action, similar to what the Prime Minister did. When you read the report, I don't know who's advising FLA. But unless they're seeing something I'm not seeing, it was very, very bad advice. Very bad advice. They should have not taken this to court. And you know why? Because it wasn't a bad report. There's some things bad about it, but overall, it wasn't a bad report. Now let me explain to you why it wasn't a bad report. It wasn't a bad report because the Commission did not do a good job. It was, I repeat, wasn't a bad report. And the reason for it not, for me to say it's not a bad report was because what the Commission wrote, if I were advising FLA, I would say, don't take it to court. Whatever is there, let them table it. It's 9 days. It's gone. 9-day wonder, it's gone. There's some bad things in there. But they're going to fall by the wayside 9 days. I wouldn't take it with taxpayers' funds. I wouldn't take it to the court and have people wondering what's inside of it. You know, keep that intrigue about the report. I wouldn't do that. I would say, nobody's going to prison. Let it fly. Show the report. Table the report. Don't object to it. But they objected to it, and what happened? The court said, no, it must be tabled. It's tabled. And then I hear people say, Shane Dallin, they must close down the FLA. Shane Dallin must go to prison. I don't know Shane Dallin. I don't know him. Never spoken to the man. But based on what the Commission wrote, he shouldn't go to prison. Based on their conclusions, he shouldn't go to prison. But there are facts in there that certainly make him culpable. There are facts in there that they should be asking him the tough questions. They didn't. They didn't ask him the tough questions. And then I'm going to show you how lax they are. I don't know if it's deliberate or it's by accident. But the one thing I can certainly say is that it shows laziness on their part. Their meaning the Commission. And it also shows a lack of competence. Again, I don't know if it's deliberate. I don't know if somebody says this is how we're going to do it because we want people to get away. I don't know. But there are facts in there that if people of competence, and they do have those people in Jamaica, let me be absolutely clear. If those people were involved, they would have asked Mr. Dallin proper questions. Because there's enough there to say, Mr. Dallin, I think we can make a connection. I think we can make a connection. So therefore, we want you to explain to us, how did this happen? Enough said. Let me show you the report. There it is. Concerning allegations of corruption, impropriety, and irregularities in the grant, variation, and the revocation of firearm licenses and storage of firearms and ammunition at the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA. And this was, I think, March of this year. Yeah, here it is. March 2026. All right. Let's get inside of this report. Now, I read this thing and I highlighted, so you have to bear with me. The highlighted version, for some reason, we couldn't transfer it over. So just be, oh, it's here. Wait, type this? No, this is what producer Joan did to try and move it over for me. All right. So there it is. They're doing an investigation looking into corruption, impropriety, irregularities, all that stuff. And when you see corruption, when you see this one, you start thinking, something is going on. Well, something did go on. When you see this one here, the big C. But yet, commission did nothing. And so that's where they are. So it's page 4. Let me see what we have. 4. All right, here's the allegation, right? Or the allegations. Somebody sent an email to the commission and they said that one, a firearms dealer by the name of John Elliott, his business was shut down because it was shut down for months, but then it opened after he paid $500,000 in bribes. See that? Under the table to have it reopened. And somebody said, as long as you get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screws over. Another allegation, you're targeting Mr. Kent Brown because he didn't give Ellsworth Cullum. And remember that name, Cullum. Remember that name. Another allegation is that Mr. Cullum tried to shake down Mr. Brown to the tune of $2 million, and I don't think it was paid. It wasn't paid. It says, try to shake him down. Any dealer who doesn't come out of pocket, your harassment is nonstop. And this is the complainant saying that they went after Mr. Brown, they went after Mr. Elliott. And the FLA, they said, look, we will destroy you if you don't pay bribes. Another allegation is that there were some systems, there were some entries made in the system where 3 persons purchased a total of 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. It's right here. There were 3 persons. We're going to hear more about those 3 persons. 6,000 rounds. Right? And also there's a problem with the audit. And they said, oh, when the FLA said that they want to destroy weapons and whatnot, it's because they've lost them and so they want to cover it up by saying that they're destroying them. Here it is that they said they have serial numbers that do not exist, makes and models of weapons that do not exist. And it says here, in April 2018, I wrote a letter. Now, I have a problem with this. They're trying to protect. I don't know if they were trying to protect the person who wrote this letter, but it's fairly easy to determine who the person is. I wrote a letter to the editor of The Observer. My letter made the letter of the day, and I heard through the grapevine that Mr. Shane Dallin was not happy with the letter, and he was going to cut me down to size, and he said, me chat too much. And he said he understood this to mean, the writer, that Mr. Darling was going to shut down his business or destroy his reputation. And then in May 19, so I don't know if they were trying to protect somebody, but you don't protect people when you write it this way. In May 19, I went into the FLA to renew my dealers and gunsmith license for both Maxfield Avenue and Temple Hall locations. So right away, if they were trying to hide who this person is, it's out in the open now, because you won't have too many people who has a location. You won't have too many people with a location in on Maxfield Avenue and in Temple Hall. So we know who they're talking about right there. All right. So now they said they're going to be looking at all of these people. Kent Brown, gentlemen, they tried to shake down for $2 million. Mr. Shane Dallin, CEO of FLA. And then all of these people, they're FLA people, right? They're FLA people, look, all FLA. And then one military person right there. Let me see, 16, all right? Do you know whose name is not on this list? Take a look at this. Remember this name? Ellsworth Cullum. Remember that name right here? See it right there? Ellsworth Cullum. Former FLA official who tried to shake down Mr. Kent Brown. Or at least that's what Mr. Kent Brown is alleging, that this gentleman tried to get him to pay $2 million so that he could operate his business. You would think that they would want to interview Mr. Cullum, right? His name is not on the list. Mr. Cullum's name is not on the list. Now, unless Mr. Cullum is dead or has relocated outside of the country, and even if he did relocate, you still could get an affidavit from him. But here is right here, Mr. Let me go back and look again just to make Ellsworth Cullum. You can't forget that name, Ellsworth Cullum. And they said individuals pertinent to the investigation. These are people that are important, significant to the investigation. We want to talk to these people. His name is not on the list. Name is not on the list. I want you to pay attention to this name too. He's the guy in charge of the database for FLA. All right. So let's skip through all of this. Look at what they did. Now, they started the investigation in 2021. And they provided it to Parliament March 2026. You saw the complaint. It shouldn't take you 4 or 5 years to finish that. Shouldn't. No. And look at this. You're saying they interviewed, 23 notices were served on individuals who were deemed to be pertinent to provide written statements. How about an interview where it's recorded? And then they had judicial hearings, 7 judicial hearings, and then they have 19 site visits. And the 19 site visits, they were not to all of FLA's facilities. They were not. And they have 47 witness statements. And so when you read this, you go, oh, a lot of work was done. But look at the time period, 2021 to 2026. And at the end of the day, nobody's going to prison. Nobody.
With a 5-year investigation, that should be very in-depth. And
Indeed.
several people should be in shackles.
Right. So we'll go through all of this stuff. Oh, here it is. This is interesting right here. They said that this is a law, and it says FLA can grant or renew firearm licenses. Here it is. They can revoke your license. Again, keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. That they can revoke your firearms license. Doesn't say when or why. Just says that they can do it. Let's just skip through all of this here, because this is when you apply. This is the application, the information you have to provide if you're getting a firearm, a business license. If you want to operate a business selling firearms and ammunition. This is the application, very detailed. Very detailed. And then they have this term here, and it's used commonly in Jamaica, fit and proper. I have no idea what they mean by that. And so let's talk about Mr. Kent Brown now. They say that Mr. Kent Brown, apparently a very accomplished person in the firearms business, that look how many licenses that he had. And I say had. He had a firearms user's license. He could have one for him carrying things. Then he had a firearms user's restricted license. Then he had a firearms dealer so he can sell weapons and ammunition. And then he's also a gunsmith. And my understanding is that he's also a trainer. So he operated a facility where he could train you to shoot. Or you could come and shoot. So when they look at the storage of firearms and ammunition at FLA, they found that, yes, here it is. They store them there, safe for safekeeping, for disposal, for surrender, seizure, license not to. Basically, all of these reasons you have to bring. For all these reasons, you have to bring your weapon to FLA for this, for storage. They take it. Whether they take it from you or you bring it, they can store it, right? And they said ammunition, they can seize the ammunition. You can bring it for them to safekeep. If you're dead, then take it. If they revoke your license, take it. If they're going to dispose of it, whether you're going to sell it, hold it, or you just turn in your license and say, look, I don't want to have a weapon. That's it. So the first question was, okay, let's look at storage of firearms and ammunition. And they found out that with if they're going to dispose of firearms, that it goes actually to the military. There is a site operated by the military where when they're gonna I don't know if they melt it or whatever they do with the weapons, that it doesn't stay with FLA, it goes over there. And you'll see a statement from, here it is, if they're gonna destroy it. Here it is right here. Firearms that were earmarked for destruction are stored at the Jamaica Defense Force. So once a decision has been made that we need to destroy this firearm, whoever makes that decision, then it's not destroyed by FLA, it goes over to JDF. And it stays there until the ministry, here it is, until a date is set by the Ministry of National Security. They're now called National Security and Peace, by the way. And then they'll set the date and say, okay, destroy it. And don't want to belabor the point. With this issue, they found that the right amount of weapons, when they did the inventory, the right amount of weapons were over at the JDF facility. and that the protocols were followed. Here it is. JDF personnel do not have access to the facility without FLA representative being present with their blah, 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 blah. And it also says here, Mr. Darling also indicated by way of the statement that they have defective ammunition. You don't want to have that in your gun at all. That was retrieved to be destroyed. So they went and they checked because there was like, they were saying that, yeah, you know, firearms and ammunition are missing, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, here it is. The commission checked and confirmed that all firearms and firearm parts were accounted for. So the first complaint that, you know, firearms, they can't account for the firearms. And when they say they're destroying them, they're saying that because they're missing firearms, and if they say they just destroy them, then, you know, this firearms are destroyed and that's it. Well, when they checked, they said, no, all of the firearms and all of the firearms parts have been accounted for. And they looked at the list provided by the JDF, the list provided by FLA. So that issue was put to bed. No firearms missing. That's it. Everything accounted for, at least for destruction purposes. Then they went to they said, okay, all right, fine, that's done. Let's go to FLA's main vault now. Remember I said to you, they didn't go to all of the facilities. They went to the main vault. And they start looking at the procedures. When the weapons come in, and the ammunition, how they stored. What were the procedures? And here this lady is talking about all the procedures. They come in, they put in a bag, we tag it, fine. And here is one of their findings. The commission says that of the 4,000, because they have an electronic system, that's when they put everything, it's not just manual, they have an electronic system to log in all of these weapons and ammunition coming in. And they said 4,103 entries recorded. And they said a total of 714 entries from the main vault were examined. So they look at 714 out of 4,103. And when they looked at those bags containing weapons and ammunition, here's what they found. They found 335 rounds missing or were unaccounted for. And the list what's missing. And they said there was limited space in the vault, and the older bags, because apparently some people left their weapons with FLA and they hadn't been back in quite a while. So yeah, some old bags, and they said the old bags were deteriorating, so much so that ammunition was falling out of some of these bags. Now look at this. Of the 714 entries that they checked, only 101 were found on the electronic database. Now remember, everything is supposed to be in the electronic database. They checked, they did a random sampling of the 4,000 plus. They said, let's look at 714. And of the 714, they said only 101, that means 613 were not recorded. 613 were not recorded in the database. Serious breach. And look at this. The security bags, some of them contain labels which were no longer legible. So I mean, we can't even tell whose bag is this with this weapon. So they said also that rounds were missing. Rounds were missing. And they start going through the discrepancies. They go through the bag. Oh, this bag, it was logged in with 10 rounds of ammunition. And then when we look, we found 9. Because if you look here, they're all missing just a few. Here it is. This bag here had 30. It was listed as 30 rounds in the bag, but when they searched it, they found 28. Right? Here's another one. The rounds came up to 219. When I cross-check this, the records also indicate 519. So this one, quite a few rounds were missing. But then there's another one up here. Okay, here's one. This one was correct. 27 logged in, and they said, no, 30 were in the bag. 30, but they found 27. So 3 rounds missing out of this bag. So you have 3 missing out of that one. You have 2 missing out of this one. And that's what they're finding, that rounds are missing out of these bags. But then what they found also is that somebody collected these loose rounds and put them in a tray, mix up all the rounds in a one area. And some of the missing rounds that they're claiming that, you know, they couldn't find, the rounds are there. The rounds were there. But what they're saying is the rounds were not in the bag, and therefore they're unaccounted for because they were not in the bag, even though they can account for them in the tray. They said, no, they're not in the bag, so therefore, and here it is right here. From time to time, rounds will fall from the storage bags. I don't know what kind of storage bags that. And consequently, these rounds are gathered and contained in a separate bag and box within the vault. So that's what they do.
Them have the rounds of that.
Right. So they said they're missing 109 rounds. 109 0.22 rounds. Here it is. But look, they found them. They said yes, the box where they have all the rounds in. See it right here, the assortment of ammunition contained in the box were checked. A further 109 rounds were found. And you're going to find that they're saying that they were missing 109 rounds out of the bag, out of the bags. But they found it in the tray. So somebody pick up the rounds and put them in the tray. The question I even have to ask is this: did they tell them they were coming to do this audit? Did they tell them this? Because I wouldn't tell them. I'd just show up. But they did. So here it is right now. Remember now, they said they found 109. Here it is right here now. Here it is right here. The assortment of ammunition contained in the box were checked. A further 109 rounds were found. It's right here. And then look what them put right here. They said, we are unable to confirm whether the 109 rounds that were located are from the bag. So you're missing 109. You find 109, but you say, well, we don't know if they came from the bags. Did you do fingerprints? Did you do DNA on the bullets? It's a joke. And look what here. They said they cannot confirm whether these were found with reconciled. Look at this. In any event, 191 rounds remain unaccounted for, right? But the 191 that they're talking about, they found them in the vault in a box. They were not in the bags because the bags had holes and some of the rounds came out, and I guess somebody picked them up and just threw them in this box. So the box, in the box, had a collection of rounds, 38, 9mm, 0.22, whatever. But when they separated them and they counted them, they're saying, okay, when we counted them, whatever was on the bag or whatever should be in the bags, we have them here, but they're not in the bags, and therefore they're unaccounted for. This is a different meaning of unaccounted. You know, the 3 trillion, you know, the 3 trillion one was unaccounted with things gone, things missing. The 3 trillion meant missing, right? Some of it meant, but here they have them, but they just said that they're not in the bags, therefore they're unaccounted for. Now, let's get to Mr. Kent Brown. It's an interesting case, people. Very interesting case. Now, Mr. Kent Brown, remember, he said that this gentleman tried to get him to pay $2 million so that he could allow him, we would be allowed to do his business. Now, this gentleman, Mr. Kent Brown, you know, he had 2 locations, Temple Hall, Maxfield Avenue. He had all the, in fact, I think he was the only person in Jamaica with all 4 licenses at the same time. He operated a range, he had a personal carry, he was a seller, he was a trainer. He was everything. If there's one person in Jamaica that you could say, real firearms man, it's this man, Mr. Kent Brown. He had all the licenses. And he was doing well, by all accounts. I spoke to several people who know him. And they said not only him, but all the firearms dealers in Jamaica, they were doing well. And in fact, I tell you what, a little birdie crips me and said, listen, when Mr. Shane Darling was installed as the CEO, they had a little get-together thing. And I heard that all of the dealers showed up in all kinds of high-end cars. You know, Mercedes, Audi, BMW, whatever. And I'm hearing, this is what was told to me, that Mr. Darling said, words to the effect that them people make money. We have to take a thing off of them people. Yeah. No, I wasn't there. I don't know if it's true, but this is what was told to me, right? And I'm just telling it to you. Take it for whatever it's worth. I'm not adding any veracity to it saying that it's true or false. I'm just saying that this was the mindset of some of the people who were there at the time. This is what some people said that they heard, right? In an exchange. I don't know about that, but that's what was said. That's what we're hearing. Now, look at this. This is now Mr. Kent Brown saying that the same gentleman here in Ellsworth, them spelling name wrong, right? Just so you know. I think further up the map it's E-L-L. Or maybe it's just one L. But anyway, he was in charge of the audit. And look at what Mr. Brown said. He said, at the end of the audit, Ellsworth Cullum called me on the phone and told me that he will be taking the rounds of ammunition that I have stored at the pro shop. I asked him what the customers will do when they come to get their rounds. And he told me they will have to apply to FLA to get them. Now, based on the law, it appears that these gun dealers shouldn't keep rounds for people. Store them. I mean, if you buy them and then you say, I'm coming back to get them, that's one thing. But you shouldn't store them. Now, this is interesting. Mr. Brown had to do a firearms dealer's license every year. Because remember, he's operating 2 locations. And in May 2019, when he renewed his firearm license certificates, he said he realized that the dealer's license for Temple Hall was omitted. And when he called them to say, hey, you sent me the certificate, but I can only sell ammunition from Temple Hall. I cannot sell guns. And I've had this license for years that say I can sell guns, and I've been selling guns out of this location. This is what they told him. They said, Mr. Brown, this is how it will be. This is the way forward. Now remember now, you know. He's been doing this for years. And they said, this is how it's be, right? This is how it's going to be. He said he had a license, Temple, from 2014. Look at this. He had this license to sell guns and ammunition from Temple Hall from 2014. And look, when they take it, 2019, 5 years he's been selling guns and ammunition out of this location. And in 2019, they said, no. You can sell ammunition, but you can't sell guns. And he says, well, why? And they told him, this is how it will be. Well, it's more than just this is how it will be. There's a series of correspondence between Mr. Brown and FLA saying, look, I've had this from 2014, what's going on here? And look at what Miss Kimoy Gaynor from FLA said to him. She said, look, we never make any changes. We didn't make any changes to your firearms dealer's license for the Temple Hall location. All we did was to corrective measure to align measures, to align the conditions of your license with the certificate issued. She said, look at this, people. When your request was approved in 2014, it was never intended to allow for the sale of firearms and ammunition at the Temple Hall location. She said, when we gave it to you 5 years ago, We never, yeah, we gave it to you to sell guns and ammunition, but it wasn't meant for you to do it. We gave it to you, but we never want you to do it. This makes no sense, people. Because you know what also don't make no sense? Every year he had to do an annual and he had to submit it to them and say, yes, I'm selling guns and ammunition out of Temple Hall. And then 5 years down the road, they come and say, no, when we gave it to you, no. It wasn't meant for you to do that. So we're taking away the gun sale part of it, of the license, and we're only allowing you to sell ammunition out of it. Now, keep in mind that up at the Temple Hall place, that's where the range is, my understanding is. So you have to come there and buy guns and buy ammunition. No, I'm saying, no, you can only sell ammunition, right? So they say you have to fill out an application if you want to do that. And then there's a series of back and forth. And this is one of his correspondences with them. Where he says, I find it strange that in 2019 you have arrived at the conclusion that the full firearms dealer's license was never intended for me to sell guns and bullets. The dealer's license clearly states what the license is for, and he attached a copy of it. Therefore, he said, no interpretation is necessary. It clearly states, here's what it states: this authorizes a dealer to buy or sell or buy and sell firearms and ammunition. And here are the addresses: Maxfield Avenue, and lo and behold, Temple Hall. It can't be any clearer than this, people. So he's saying, look, please, I'm asking you, give me back my license, the full license. Now look at what these, restrain yourself. Look at what the commission said.
Hold it.
Yeah. The commission said, well, under the act, they can, and I've showed this to you before. Look right here. They can revoke any firearm license, certificate, or permit granted under this act. They can revoke it. No reason. They can just revoke it. So they said, well, we'll get to that later. So Mr. Brown is going back and forth with them, trying to get his license reinstated, his full license reinstated. And then after that, Gillian said, harassing. Look at what they did after that. When he started writing to them and complaining, they said, oh, by the way, you know what? You have shortage of ammunition and you have overage of ammunition. You have, for some ammunition, you have too many rounds. And for some, based on our records, you don't have what you should have. So you must give, here it is, you are required to immediately give an account for the shortage and excess of ammunition. This is after the man starts to give me back my license. This is after allegedly the man said, give me $2 million. He said, no. Then they said, okay, your license gone. Then he said, no, I want my license back. And they said, oh, by the way, you have to tell us about this ammunition. Where's the ammunition? And according to Mr. Brown, everything was fine. Everything was fine. Here it is. Here it is. He said right here, we at KBA Dealers offer the audit team. We told the team to audit our ammunition sales as is customarily done. And he said they did not audit him. So therefore, how you end up with figures and quantities and balances from something that you didn't audit? There it is right here. He said, look, when they came, we said to them, look, go ahead, audit our ammunition stockpile. And they said, no, everything's good. Don't worry about it. And then they turn around and say, oh, you have shortage and you have excess. And he's like, where did you get that from? You didn't do the audit. So you can clearly see a pattern and practice of what's going on here. And he saw it too. He said, what you're doing holds no integrity whatsoever. And it's very disturbing. And he said, look, I'm thinking of the words setup, entrapment, and victimization. That, you know, that's only going to make it worse for him, right? You know that. And he said, I've lost all trust and faith in the FLA system, as it is highly suspect that so many mistakes, errors have occurred. You know what's going on here? It's going to get worse. So then they said to him, so then as a result of him losing the license, he had to go out of business. So then when you're going out of business, then what that means is they have to take your stockpile to FLA and store the stuff there. And then if you want to sell weapons, then you have to make arrangements with them so that potential customers can buy the weapons. But once you're out of business, you can't keep them at your house. You have to turn them in, right? For safekeeping. And that's what he did. And look at what this, so he said, you're forcing me out of business. And you wrote to him, Mr. Dalling. He said, reference is made to your letter, dated that. And he said, I don't know what could lead you to believe that we're forcing you out of business. Well, why you feel that way, Mr. Brown? Because all we're doing, we're just doing what we're supposed to do. We're auditing people. So they took his license. It is right here. It says the license were revoked. And my businesses are now both closed. Look at that. They were closed because I no longer had a valid firearms license to import goods. And they took away his gunsmith license. And his business just couldn't operate. Couldn't operate. He applied for the licenses. He applied for them. And he said, normally I will get a new certificate a few days later. However, this did not happen. And when I called them, they didn't respond. And he said, I asked my attorney, Hugh Wildman, our dear friend, to send them a letter. And they didn't respond. So he had to close down his business because he was out of ammunition and he couldn't purchase guns and ammunition. Here it is, same thing with his gunsmith license. He lost that. So he had to file a claim in the Supreme Court. And when he filed the claim in the Supreme Court to get his licenses back, here's what the judge says. Think about it. Think about all the facts I've given you based on the report provided by the commission. The court says, the court cannot find, based on the evidence presented, that there has been a breach of duty and therefore a mandatory order is not appropriate. So the court is saying, we don't find that FLA committed any breach, despite everything that you're complaining about, Mr. Brown. And so you're asking the court to have them reinstate your licenses. That's not going to happen. Here it is. Will not lie. Mandatory orders will not lie to compel the authority to order anything to be done that is contrary to the law. And then she said right here, refused. The 3 certificates, refused. And the order of mandamus, mandamus is a legal term, and what it means is you ask a government entity to do what it is required to do or stop doing something. So he's saying, have them do what they're required to do. I've satisfied the requirements. Have them give me my permits, my licenses. Have them give them back to me. And she said right here, refused. So Mr. Brown is out in the cold. And look at what they went right here. Look at another thing that they did. FLA, they said, we're withdrawing your recognition as a firearms trainer. They brought this man to his knees now. They brought him to his knees. And they said, as a result of that, no more range. You cannot operate your range. We request that you promptly halt operations at your range. And no more training. And we're going to take your name off of the authorities' roster of trainers and range operators. So now that all of his certificates, his permits, his licenses, all of them are gone. His business is closed. And all of this started out because he said when they were doing the audit, a man, Ellsworth, asked him 2 million and everything will be fine. And he said no. All this trouble started there. So the DI said, okay, we're going to look into this. And look at what the DI said. Look here. The DI is sufficiently satisfied that the basis of the revocations was fair and just. Look at that. Think about everything I just told you. An alleged bribe, an alleged attempted bribe. Mr. Brown didn't fall for it. Then Mr. Brown found out that his license to sell weapons at one location was rescinded. And then when he started asking questions, it was an avalanche, a snowball, a cascading effect. All of a sudden, his 4 licenses gone. His business is wrecked. And the court provided no support, no help. And the commission said, we believe that what the FLA did was fair and just. Now think about it, people. Why wouldn't FLA want this report to be published or tabled? Why would you want to go to court and say, we don't want this tabled? The judge says, what you did, FLA, was fine because we're not giving back Mr. Brown any of his permits or his licenses. We're not giving him back any of them. What you did was fine. FLA came and said, hey, we found that, not FLA, the commission said, we found that what FLA did was within its right. They have the right to revoke permits and licenses. They have the right to do it. Why wouldn't you, as FLA, said, fine, publish that, table that report? Why would you go to court to prevent this from coming out? This supports what you did. This supports what you did. But there's something else, people. Here's the reason why they didn't want it to come out. Although if I were advising them, I'd tell them, let it go, 9 days. Because, and I would tell them that, you know why? Because of what the commission did. The commission didn't decide to send anyone to prison. They can't send people to prison, but they can make a referral for prosecution. They didn't make that. And that's why I would say to them, let it go. And then you can tell them, I haven't done anything wrong. If I did, the commission would have referred prosecution. They didn't refer prosecution. So no, talk all you want. I wouldn't waste money and go to court. That's what I would have done. But listen to this. Mr. Brown says there was fabrication of information on FLA's dealership system. What does that mean? Somebody engaged the system and put false information in it. Somebody did it. And you're thinking, well, give us more, Rattigan. What do you mean somebody? What was that false information? Let me skip through all of this, because this is telling you now who was in charge of the system and who did what and all that. Let me skip through that and just get to this. They said to Mr. Brown, hey, when he got the audit back, it showed that 4 purchases were made. 4 purchases for a total of 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. Is that legal? Yeah. But it's illegal if you didn't do it. If you're the dealer and you didn't put that in the system. Here it is. Mr. Brown says, while checking the electronic system at the range, I realized that there were 4 entries made on the system where 3 persons purchased 6,000 rounds of bird hunting ammunition. And as a result of this, I communicated with FLA. Because remember now, FLA said, you have shortage, you have this, you have that. And he says, okay, fine. I have to respond. He says the first thing to understand is that the database will not accept a purchase of more than 200 rounds per person per day. That's number one. I found out that that is 200 rounds per person per day. That is for a handgun. And the 200 rounds, they're training rounds. There's a difference between training rounds and your service rounds. Training rounds that, you fire upon the target, and they're not as expensive as the ones that you actually carry to protect yourself. For that, you can't get more than 200 training rounds. But for bird hunting, that's different because they don't sell bird hunting training rounds. But for handguns, they sell training rounds. Secondly, listen to this. I do not sell bird hunting rounds on the range. I do not sell bird hunting rounds. So how the hell could someone purchase bird hunting rounds from me using my system? That's 2. And thirdly, I have no records of the listed persons because the list of people who purchased the rounds entering my range on that day or making any sales to them. Let's recap. First, we don't sell more than 200 rounds. But that one, Mr. Brown, we can put that one to the side because I think they refer, that rule is referring to handguns. But now we're talking about shotguns, right? Long guns we're talking about. So put that one to the side. But the second one, Mr. Brown said, I don't sell bird hunting range here. Bird hunting rounds here. And 3, I have no records of selling to these people. I'm looking in the system and I see where I sell 4 people. I never sold. First, I don't sell this kind of round, these kinds of rounds here. I don't sell them. And second thing is these people. No, I didn't sell anything to these people. And here is something else now, make it even more juicier. Moreover, the range was closed on that day. It wasn't open. It wasn't open. So how did somebody get into my system to buy rounds? How? He says, I'm the only person that can access the range database from my end, which means if he didn't do it from his end, and if somebody didn't break into his office and do it, then what it means, it happened on the FLA end. Because the database is between the dealers and FLA. And look what he said. He said, there are instances in the past where FLA accessed my database from their end, meaning the FLA, they come into my system from their end. Because sometimes when the system is down and I send the information manually for them to input, they do it. FLA, they get involved in it. Right? And the thing about him not selling firearms in his possession or whatever, he said, look, the firearms were legally sold. It's a different issue. Firearms were legally sold. And he said these entries go back as far as 2012. And then he goes into all that stuff. But that's not important for our purposes right now. So the commission says, okay, let's figure out what circumstances FLA accesses system, because nobody else can access it. He said the range was closed. He didn't do it. He didn't sell to these people. He doesn't sell the bird hunting, shooting rounds. He doesn't do that. Now they found out that for someone to access it, guess what? It has to be authorized by the director of the department. A director must be involved. And it must be done in a memo format. There it is. And the director must say, why? What's the justification for going into this person's system, for accessing it? 7:23. All right, time around. All right. So now all of this is people, the tech people who operate the database. They're talking about how the system works and who can go in and when they can go in. And I was told that if a director is not available, then the CEO is the person who has control over that. And I'm still trying to find out if there was a director at the time, and if there was a director, what's the person's name. I'm still trying to do all of that. But let me show you something. It says, I have not come across a situation where a dealer disputes the information put in the database. But usually when it happens, it's about a serial number being incorrect, and then they correct it. All right. Here are the people. Here are the people who purchase and what they purchase. I'm going to take out the TRN number. Them call them witness number 1, 2, and 3. All right? Witness 1. See, 12 gauge, that's a shotgun. 2,000 rounds. 2,000 rounds. And then witness 3, about 1,000, the same day. Here's the day, July 11th. And here it is again, July 11th. 2 entries for 1,000 each. So that's 6,000. No. Are you ready for the shock? Tell me, my people, are you ready for the shock?
Drum roll, please.
I love reading reports, I know. I spend about 2 o'clock, a man, 3 o'clock, sit down and play something and not focus on this thing. Here's a shock. Look at this. Hold on. Hold on. All right, here it is. Witness 1 had a firearms license which permitted him to have a 12 gauge shotgun. All right, and a 12 gauge shotgun is one that they use in bird hunting. That's witness 1. Witness 2 had a firearms license which permitted him to have a 12 gauge shotgun. And witness 3 was a licensed firearm holder for a 12 gauge shotgun which expired 2018. Let's talk about these 3 people. Let's talk about these three people. What they did was, and I give the commission credit for this. What they did, they went to NEPA because you have to get bird hunting license. You have to get a bird hunting license from NEPA. So they said, if these people are shooting birds, then they must have a license. So let's go look and see if them 3 people had license. That was cute on their part. And here it is.
So they do some good investigative work.
When you say, you mean like some like this or some like this?
On occasions.
2,000 rounds, them say you can get for the bird hunting season. I remember I said the first thing that Mr. Brown said that you only allow 200 rounds. That is for a handgun. For this one, you can get 2,000, right? Because they don't sell, I don't think they sell training rounds for bird shooting. Let me see. Let me get to the part with the. All right, here we go. Here we go. Open up, sit down, you know. Witness 1 said, I received a call from Kent Brown. I've known Mr. Brown since 1997. He received this call in 2021. He said, Mr. Brown told me that my name appeared on a document in his possession and invited me to his business place to see it. He said, I met with Mr. Brown at his dealership and he showed me a stack of pages. And he said, on one of those pages, I saw my TRN number and name in a recorded sale of 2,000 rounds. There were similar entries for 2 other individuals. Now, here what witness 1 said. I told Mr. Brown that I certainly had not made any such purchase that year and certainly had not been in possession of the required bird hunting permit. NEPA never gave me a permit. So I said, look, I didn't have a permit to go bird hunting and I never make a purchase. So I don't know how my name ended up in your system saying I purchased 2,000 rounds. And look at this. He said, even though I used to go bird hunting, I have not been to bird hunting since I buy my house in 2015. Let's go back and see when them say the purchase was made.
17.
Tita? 18.
18.
The man said, I stopped bird hunting from 2015. So I don't know what you're talking about. Right? So that's one. Let me go to witness 2 now. He said, I've known Mr. Brown for 17 years. I met him in Golden Spring. And Mr. Brown told me in 2021 and 2022, come by the store after check out some suspicious transactions. With your name on it, you purchased 2,000 rounds from me at Golden Spring. Right? And the man said, I immediately confirmed with Mr. Brown that this was not true. And I did not purchase the rounds. Listen to this. I wish to say that I have never participated in bird hunting. The man never went bird. So the man said, why am I buying bird hunting rounds? I don't go bird hunting. I have never purchased bird hunting rounds, and I did not purchase that from Mr. Brown or anybody else or anyone else. So we have 3 witnesses. The 3 people themselves purchase rounds from him. First one said, I haven't gone to bird hunting since I buy my house, 2015, and this is 2018, and I never buy no rounds from you. I have no idea what they're talking about. Second person said, I have never gone bird hunting, and I never bought any rounds from you. Look at this now.
Look at. Scroll back up a little bit. Scroll back up just a little bit. Look at the keynote down at the bottom in the fine print, 42.
Statement odd. Should be right. That's all. Witness. Yeah. Yeah, good. Well, it's commission. It's commission.
Yeah.
It's commission. Hey, if I'm not thinking to say, remember now, one witness said, I haven't gone to bird hunting in years since I buy my house. And at the time when they said I purchased that, no, not me. And I've never purchased any rounds from you for bird hunting. Second person said, I've never been to bird hunting. I've never been to bird hunting and I've never purchased any rounds from you. Look at the third witness, people. Look at the third witness. Witness 3. Witness 3 died June 2018. Remember when them said him purchase it? July 2018.
July 2018.
They don't believe me. They don't believe me, Kevin. They don't believe me. Let me go back and show them. The man dead in that June. See, when them say witness 3 now. Witness 3 purchase it 2018. July 11th. Make us see when him dead. Here it is. He died June 16. So how is it possible that a dead man can come back from the grave and go purchase rounds to go shoot bird? And when the duppy go shoot bird? I say
well, it must be a duppy or a gunman or
it might be a good one. It must be a duppy or a gunman. Look at this. The agency had in its possession death records. According to the record, the deceased died on June 16, 2018, and a certified copy them have it. How is it possible? And look at this. Them say the commission is sufficiently satisfied that the person, witness 3, died on June 16. So how him could have get in a Mr. Brown system and do all of this? Create this mystery for Mr. Brown. But let me see. No, look at this. Remember I told you about this gentleman here? Chevon Robinson. Remember I told you to remember the name? Because he was the person who did the input. Right? And look at what he said. He said, I was given the instruction either by email or memo from the director or the CEO, which would be Mr. Darling, to make the entries on the system. There it is. But he said, listen to him now. I cannot say for sure, which of the two methods the instructions were given at the time. Which of the two methods? Yeah, but which of the two people told you? That is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Which of the two people told you? Because he said it could be either email or memo. He got the instructions. All right, fine, we don't care. But which of these two people, was it the director or the CEO? Who? Him said he was the database administrator and blah, 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 blah. You notice they don't ask him that question there? See me right here, son. Him say, I cannot say for sure which of the two methods the instructions were given at the time. But we want to find out who gave it to you, whether it's by email or memo, who gave the instructions to you. Right? Somebody said they want to switch part, the witness number 3 dead. Which the same day. No. Watch ya now, people. Watch ya. They said, we want to say any requests were sent to FLA by Mr. Brown regarding all of this, right? We want to follow the information trail. And look at what this gentleman here, Christopher Christie, FLA, look at what he says. He's unable to provide emails for the period requested as the server for that period experienced a catastrophic failure and has been decommissioned since 2019.
How convenient.
Think about that. Think about that. 2023, he said that this thing decommissioned from 2019. The Integrity Commission should have never let them know that this is what they're doing. They should have just come in and just seize them for seize and start deal with the thing. Look at this. Mr. Christie further stated that efforts were being made to recover emails from the failed server. He said efforts were being made. It suggests that it was something ongoing. It not suggests that it's something back in 2019. Because look what him said, decommissioned since 2019. Efforts were being made to recover emails from the failed server. This is 2023. It's 2023. And then look on this, my people. The commission, that body that is proving itself to be less than useful. Look at what happened. The commission subsequently inquired on the status of the recovery of the data from the failed server. Take the server. Them said decommission, take the damn server and you get your forensics people to go through it. Instead, they left Mr. Christopher Christie with it, who said that, oh, efforts are being made to recapture the information. Look at this now. By way of a statement dated January 29th, Mr. Shane Darling, CEO, stated that, I am duly informed that despite extensive efforts and the application of all available resources, the project to recover the lost data was ultimately unsuccessful.
Why would it be successful?
Look at this now. Look at this. The statement came from Christopher Christie, March 2023 now. And look when Mr. Shane Dallin sent FEAM one, January 2025. People on the antenna no go up when they see them things here. Why did the commission, why did they allow them to keep the server? People, let me tell you something. There, in the FBI, there's a unit called CART. They deal with computers and electronic devices and retrieval of information. And I can tell you, I've seen them work their magic. The only time, and I've seen a demonstration, the only time that them people cannot get information off of the computer, you have to completely destroy it. When I say destroy it, meaning that you have to use a hammer, beat it, dislocate the parts and everything like that.
Yeah, for magnetically destroy the hard disk.
You have to, you just don't come and say, hey, its server's been decommissioned, a catastrophic failure. What does that mean? Let's take a look at it. They could have, I'm sure what they could have done, they could have said, okay, you know what, the JCF claims to them have state-of-the-art computer entity. We will take it over there and have them look at it. And if that failed, guess what happened, people? They could walk up to the embassy and say, listen, the FBI is world-renowned for retrieving information from these servers. Through international cooperation, they could have gone there and asked to speak to the legal attaché, which is the FBI's title for the agent occupying space in that office. And that person would, and you know what, and I'll tell you why. I tell you why I know how it can be done. You know why I know it can be done? Because I did it. I did it overseas. I've had cases where a computer was involved and we grabbed the computer, package it up, and we send it off to the lab. And then they do whatever they needed to do and send it back with a report. They could have done all of this, but they didn't. Time I run out. Let me show you something now. So, Mr. Kent Brown said that, hey, I know the man who asked for the money, Mr. Ellsworth Cummings. I could identify him from his voice. And not only that, the man identified himself and I could identify him from his voice. And him saying, now pay him, and then all of these things started happening. But I need to get to something. I need to get to the recommendations. All right, conclusions. Here we are. All right. Look at what this less than useful commission did. They said, the DI further concludes that the firearms are stored for blah, 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 blah. And they said, here it is. DI further concludes that there is no evidence to support the allegation that any of the firearms stored for destruction by the FLA are accounted for. Because remember, that was the first one, that they were saying that they were destroying weapons, but actually it's weapons that were stolen or whatever it is. It was weapons that were missing, and they were trying to cover up that by saying that we're destroying firearms. Right. And then they go to the 191 rounds, which will tell you already the rounds were there. Here it is right here. They said right here, a further 109, which they said it was 109, 0.22 rounds were missing. They said right here, found amongst an assortment of ammunition. There it is. But look what them a pick pan. Them say it is important to note that there was no clear indication that the 109 that were found amongst the assortment of ammunition belonged to the private firearm holder. 109 missing, you have 109, and you say, well, we don't know if it came. Here it is. Notwithstanding, they're repeating themselves. Notwithstanding, and I'm two. 191 of the total amount of 519 rounds remain unaccounted for. All right. They said they failed to adequately maintain the inventory stored in the main vault, and there should be greater accountability. So it's a slap on the wrist. You guys need to do, And look at this. The DI's conclusion is
the finger.
Yeah, look at this. The finger, yeah. Only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic system were checked, and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy is ammunition being unaccounted for, as well as the deteriorating storage bags found. So only 17% of the information that should be inputted, only 17% made it. 17% made it. That's a conclusion that they came to. Then they come out there. Now look at this. They conclude, though, that the system was manipulated and inaccurate information was inputted in Mr. Kent Brown's thing. And they went on to say, it is right here, two of the alleged purchasers did not possess permit to make the alleged purchases. And one of them said that he had never done bird hunting and had never purchased bird hunting ammunition. And another one said, yes, I've gone to Bird Bush, but not since 2015. And then the third person died before the order was made. So it says, It supports Mr. Brown's account that the system was manipulated to reflect incorrect data to its detriment. Here it is. And here's what they do with Mr. Brown now. They said, we further conclude that the FLA did not act ultra-virus outside the scope of their authority in revoking the reference licenses. So they said, Mr. Brown, sorry, they have the right to revoke your license. Even though they gave it to you and you've been selling weapons and ammunition for 4 years, they have the right to revoke it. So they revoke it. No reason why they revoked it. None. And they said, the corruption that Mr. Elliott paid $500,000, Mr. Elliott died just after the commencement of the investigation. So they couldn't go any further with that. Then they talk about the manipulation of the system, the 2,000 rounds, and now here is a recommendation. Here are the recommendations. DI must take, FLA must take necessary steps to deal with the concerns around the storage of ammunition at its main vault. Yeah, they said, look, we know you have limited space, but you must get better bags, and you must do it now. That's one. They said, your server, you must properly maintain your server and have a backup server. This may ensure that in the event of a failure of the main server, all data is not lost. Imagine this, they are telling me it's not 2026, 2025, 2026, right? And look up, them take them word feet, you know. Them say our recommendation is grounded in the fact that your server reportedly suffered a catastrophic failure, and therefore you couldn't recover the data and there was no backup in place. So you must have a standardized thing and blah, blah, blah. Sita, Kevin, I'm going to tell you, Sita, Minister of National Security and Peace. See it right there? Peace of what? And them say, the DI recommends that the ministry must conduct a full independent audit of the vaults and to determine the full extent of missing ammunition. Because remember, they only did one, the main vault. And they say it's based on only 17% of the information inputted. All right. No. That's it. So the only reason why FLA didn't want this thing to be tabled is because of the three witnesses who allegedly purchased shotgun rounds, right? That's the only reason why. Because everything else, you know, them just say, oh yeah, that you just need to do that. And even with that, they say, oh, you just need to get you need to get a server and a backup, and you need to maintain it. That's it. So that's what I'm saying. I can't figure out why Shane Darling and the rest of them wanted to stop this from being tabled. Because of the only damaging thing there was the three witnesses story. I would say, let it run. I'd say let it run. But for some reason, they didn't want that to come out. And look, the commission poo-pooed the thing. They just said, yeah, we see it. Just make sure that you get a system that, you know, will work, you maintain it, and you have a backup. That's what it is. Now look at this now. As part of the commission's policy, and we've talked about this already, people. We've talked about this with Christopher Tufton, Market Me, Lindsay McDonough, that case. Look what the commission does. And by the way, Kevin, if you disbelieve me, look, see what them call themselves? The commission. See it right here.
Right there, so. Right there, so.
The commission's policy is to share findings and recommendations with persons in respect of whom adverse findings are made. But we're not going to prosecute. And so they invited Mr. Shane Darling. Am I the only one, you know? Am I the only one? Them not ask the man who put in the documents, you know. Them not do no investigation of Ellsworth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
A whole bunch of things they didn't do. But they talked to Mr. Darling. Remember they listed about 14, 15 people, you know. And out of all of them only picked Mr. Darling And Mr. Darling was not the person who did the inputting of the information. He's not the one who said, I got instructions from the CEO, or maybe it's a director, or from email, or from this. He's not the one. They didn't talk to that guy. Then listen to this. They said they actually give him a chance to respond to their findings in writing. Now, here's the problem I have with this. If you're purely an administrative agency, that would be okay. You would say, okay, here are the findings. We need a response from you. But the commission is not only an administrative agency. Remember, the commission can prosecute. They can prosecute. So here is my take on this. Why would you want to talk, and this goes back, we're talking many, many cases. Why would you talk to these people and share your findings with them? Look at this, see it right here, where the findings, it is, where the findings and recommendations were shared. Why would you want to tell them about these things? Because you know why? You may not have the evidence now, but you may come across the evidence 6 months from now, or there's a possibility you could come across it. You have now told them what you're looking for, what you're looking at, what's missing, and all of that. So whatever is missing and will not be, and cannot be used against them, they're going to make sure it stays that way. They're going to make sure whatever is missing stays missing. You don't tell people these things. You don't. And then look at this. Then give him a chance and watch out. Look at him do that. Watch out. Half of the report, you know. Half of the report is him. Is Mr. Darling. Watch out. Half of the report I him write all kinds of things. And I put in all kinds of things. Half of the report. Statement, put in everything. Everything on the kitchen sink him put in. So
I don't blame him, but it makes no sense.
See, it go further. See, all of this, I put this in, you know. Him submit this as a response. Look at that. Let me go back at that. So 51 pages in put in. Now think about this. Their report is 68 pages, you know. And in put in a response, 51 pages. 51 pages. People, now you see why I don't have any faith in this organization. I don't. People that they should be looking at and asking questions. We don't even know if the polygraph people. Independent Jamaican said they can't prosecute. Hold on a second. Look up, Kevin, find thing there for me. Find Integrity Commission Act. Them and just go to corruption prosecutor for me. Then. Independent Jamaican said they can't prosecute. Just find
connection.
Oh, hold on a second. EC. IC. It's not here. Hold on, let me find it over here. So IC report history. IC Act. Nope.
You might want to put commission.
No, Integrity Commission. Commission Act.
Down on the bottom.
Like this? Nope. Oh yeah, sit down. This part of the thing that now, Kevin. No, this will take me. This will take me to thing now.
Click on the menu over there on the right. That wasn't the one I was telling you to click on, but
publications.
All right. So, is articles and papers?
No. No, I look for the act itself. Just you can't find it from a quick click. I mean, no time I run out. Just want to show. Let me go back. Right now. It's supposed to be about contacts at
Look in the files.
It's not there.
No, in the actual file manager, because we have it downloaded. You looked in the browser history. Let's look in the actual files.
Yeah, hold on a second. Man. Watch out now, gone over here, so hold on, let me move this. No, in the inside that I see. Because remember, we lost a lot of stuff inside. So.
Yeah, that's the one you wanted?
What?
That you just set up?
Yeah, just Integrity Commission Act. History. Hold on. No, it's keep on giving me this, Kevin.
Hold on. You want the 2018 one?
Oh, wait, I like this. Yeah. All right. I'll put up this. All right, keep going down till I get to corruption prosecutor. Keep going down. You get the corruption prosecutor. Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
That's why I'm full of OT, so you know.
There'll be a section on the corruption prosecutor. Keep going. All right. Slow down. We're at the vision now. Go slowly. Keep going. That's a director of investigation. Be careful. No, don't go too fast now. Hold on. Yeah, keep going. I think you probably pass it. Keep going. All right. Keep going. Keep going up. Whoa. All right. This is it. All right. Here it is. Stop there. All right. The person who said that them can't prosecute, look on this. Look on 34. The Director of Corruption Prosecution shall, subject to the powers conferred on the Director to the DPP. The DPP is the only person who can override this person. Look at that. Conferred on the DPP by Section 94 of the Constitution, institute, subject to the powers conferred on it, to institute undertaken of the conduct of prosecution in respect of acts of corruption and offenses committed under this act. There it is right there. You can institute, undertake, and have the conduct of prosecutions in respect of acts of corruption and offenses committed under this act, subject only to the DPP. There it is right there, 34(1)(a). Go down, let me say D, go down some more there. All right, stop right there again. Stop there. And here it is right there, E, perform such other prosecutorial functions relating to acts of corruption as may from time to time be assigned to him by this act or any other enactment. Look at 2. The Director of Corruption Prosecution shall conduct all criminal proceedings in relation to this act or any other enactment in accordance with any prosecutorial code of practice that may be implemented by the DPP. So the only person who can take over the corruption prosecutor's case is the DPP. If the DPP doesn't step in, corruption prosecutor can prosecute or assign the case. That's what we call a fiat. Give somebody a fiat and make them prosecute it. So there it is, Section 34. All right. Yes, a lawyer spoke to me yesterday and said, how come FLA, them know about the information and them could have go to court and it wasn't supposed to be and this and that. I'm say, listen, man, the commission told Mr. Darling, they called in Mr. Darling and said to him, say, listen, we have this thing here and we just want you to figure out if you're going to respond. And Mr. Darling gave a response. And I said, they shared it with him. So Mr. Darling, FLA knew before the report was tabled. They knew. So, look, people, I will put a justice to this because the point I was trying to make with all of this is that people who are ashamed down and for go to prison and whatnot, not for the reasons put out in this report, because the report is incomplete. And you can't talk about putting people into prison with incomplete report, evidence that is not fully controlled, developed, etc. You can't do that. So based on this report, Mr. Darling is fine. Based on this report, he's fine. Not do nothing wrong. People, Kevin Stew is up right now, and I will be back at 10 sharp. And we're going to play some music where grandparents, parents, children, great-grandparents can just come in and we're going to have a fun time tonight, right? We have a nice selection of music, and it's going to take you back to those glory days, Not that we're not, well, most of you would agree that these are not glory days, glory times, but we'll take you back to a more carefree time, when you didn't have all of these problems that you're having right now. So, Kevin, big up yourself, all of you. Want to thank you for joining us, and I want all of you to know that I respect, admire, and I love all of you. And we're going to show you some love later. So big up on yourself. What do you think there? Like this.
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.